Like, listen, Mark, I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think the only person I
books
have
with
been
the
was Stanley.
squint in his eyes, spins till so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And
are
Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious. Like,
You don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
Yes, he does.
I literally said they need to understand that it's a white people problem.
Okay, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think it's okay?
I suppose as time goes on, the older you get, in a funny way, the less you know. The more you learn, the more you have to learn. And who's James Baldwin? He was born 56 years ago in Harlem Hospital. And he writes. He wonders, suffers. Though I'm not really a specialist at suffering, which is inevitable and sometimes a little too easy. I like to laugh, and I like people. And that's about all I can tell you at the moment. There's a lot more to the cat than that.
I bet there is. Are you compelled to write?
Yeah, nobody would do it if you weren't compelled.
What compels you?
That's a very good question. I don't know. One has a kind of, it has something to do with one's relationship to oneself, which is very difficult. One can't talk about that. All I can tell you is that I started writing around the time I learned to read.
Mm-hmm.
I was fascinated by words. I don't know why. And I'm fascinated by people. They're great. We are, the greatest spectacle, I think, in the universe. The most unpredictable, the most terrifying, sometimes the saddest, sometimes the noblest. But everything people do fascinates me. The curious ways people, for example, the curious ways in which I can manage to fool myself into or out of this or that.
And why do you fool yourself?
People always try to fool themselves for one reason or another. The trick is to know it. People don't. One doesn't want to get hurt. Let's put it that way. And everybody, I think, has a tendency, which one has to fight, to hold on to what you think you know. You don't like to have your certainties disturbed because you come by them with such difficulty. And life is always smashing into pieces. All of my certainties, all the things I thought I knew when I was young, say 40, that'd be for the most part illusions.
Smashed to pieces.
Smashed to pieces. You pick it up and start again. And in all of that, I think something else begins to happen, which is possibly a kind of kind of good-natured reconciliation. Kind of an awareness that everything is much vaster than you can imagine, really. Much worse and much better.
It interests me, though, that you say you like to laugh.
Yeah.
And yet you speak of suffering, and a lot of your writing reflects suffering and anguish. And where do you then find your laughter?
Oh, well, I don't think anyone can answer that either. I think that very probably, though, I think that you probably can't laugh if you can't suffer. I think that the joy and the suffering are intertwined somehow. I can't explain that at all, But I think if you, as long as you're able to feel, really feel, you're certainly going to suffer.
Mm-hmm.
But that isn't all. If you can love, for example, you're going to suffer and you're going to laugh. If you're going to love a woman or a man or raise a child, or become involved in this journey we call life.
Mm-hmm.
which is the only one we have, then everything comes with it. You know, briny tears and, you know, and great days. You know, I suppose you can't have one without the other.
Do you feel in your writing, do you write to inform, to reflect, or to purge? Or is there some composite of all three?
I suppose it's a composite of all of those things. It's I write perhaps to describe. Perhaps the best way for me to put it is, I remember something somebody told me a long time ago, so long ago I don't remember who it was, and maybe something I read. But the purport of what was conveyed to me was conveyed to me when I was in terrible trouble.
Mm-hmm.
And somebody said, describe it. Describe it. If you can describe it, you can control it. And if you can control it, you can outwit it. You can get beyond it if you can describe it. In order to describe it, you have to face it. And I think that's true. I know that's been true for me, you know, insofar as you can never say that you, I don't think anything has ever really escaped, but it is perpetually being overcome.
Mm-hmm. Because you describe it.
Yeah.
And in your descriptions, you present us with slices of life. And these slices of life, are they taken from what you experience, or what you experience in reality, or what you experience vicariously? Or do you sometimes just fantasize a little? What's the best way to describe how you draw up a slice of life to present in prose?
I'm not sure I can describe that at all. It's the word autobiography is a very peculiar word because people always think it means, you know, specific details of a particular life. You know, when he got married, when he got divorced, and how many children he has, and all that. That's all about. That's part of it. But it's also, people overlook the fact that it's also that second when you see a butterfly. You know, it's a kind of quicksilver.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's the atmosphere of your life, which is what you end up putting on the page. You know, so that some very obviously you can tell from what I've written that I'm the oldest son of 9 children, or of many children. You have some idea from what I've written of what my relationship was to my father or to my stepfather. But the other part of everybody, you know, the butterfly, I say, you know, that evanescent, something which is always on the wing, you know, that like that moment which is irrecoverable when you fall in love for the first time. You know, that moment stains your life forever,
mm-hmm.
and everything you see thereafter, you know, is somehow colored by that. You know, by things inexpressible. They're too swift to be caught. And yet that is what, you know, that's what writing is all about.
Encapsulation of a period of time.
Yeah, well, you see, time is, if you don't know how to use it, time is the enemy. You know, and time of one's life and the time of a book, you know, are not at all the same, but they feed on each other, if you see what I mean. The time is arbitrary, you know. It's partly our invention. It is partly our enemy. We have to turn it into a friend because it is the only element we have. You know, one has to make the most of the time.
And through writing, do you feel then that you control time? Can you control time?
You control it in the book. Let me take that back. You control it to a very limited extent in the book or the play or the poem. The writer is aware that this is arbitrary because the great limit to the effort is that, what's the matter?
No, I'm fascinated by your idea of time and controlling it.
It's just like trying to control a river. You see what I mean? So, you know, one has to accept that you are doing something which is impossible, really.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the limit, you know, trying to become an artist makes you very humble because you know how little you can do, no matter how long you live. And then in any case, the arbitrary nature of time and the limit set to your endeavor is contained in 2 words. It's contained in the end. the book has got to end. The curtain has got to fall. But in life, nobody writes the end.
It's a continuation.
In life,
It's to
the curtain
be
doesn't fall.
continued.
That's right.
It's
That's
to be
right.
continued.
And that means that the portrait, in the three acts, portrait delivered in the three acts, and the portrait delivered between the covers of the book, is limited by that. What is it? Anna Karenina is defined, for example. Tolstoy brings her through her situation to her end. And therefore, we know something about Anna Karenina, which we never know about each other in life. Anna's fate is sealed. When she jumps before the train, her life is over, and we've seen something, we've been carried on a journey, and we learned something. But the journey is only useful insofar as it makes you know how little you know. So that when you meet Anna in life, you'll know more about it than you would have without Tolstoy, and knowing enough then to know how little you know. Does that make sense to you?
That's fascinating. But I want to digress and pick up on something you said about being humble. I defy you to tell me that James Baldwin is humble. Humble. What is humility to James Baldwin?
Humility is knowing that you finally tell you the truth as far as I can. Humility means that after all, you're working in the sight of God. Otherwise you're not doing anything.
Neatly put, but not humble to man.
Oh no,
not humble to any other man.
No.
Let's talk a minute, Jim, about central themes. Okay, what are your grandest themes?
I don't know. You see, I'm a little afraid of themes. Capital. I could say love, the capital L.
Do you think they lock you in and prohibit or preclude your expanding?
No, I don't think that. I think that I'm not sure I really believe in themes as such, if you see what I mean. You write a love story. Well, you can say, you can say the theme is love. But once you begin to operate with any theme, let's say love, for example, since it's on the table, it splinters. It breaks down into a million components. And it's different for everybody, and it's different in every hour of every day. You see what I mean? So the effort is to arrive at a kind of impossible precision, to try to capture that moment, the moment between two people who love each other, that moment of the rupture, that moment leading to the rupture, the moment leading to the reconciliation. It is a mosaic made up of very, very minute particles, And so if you're dealing with it that way, you don't have time to pull back and see it as your critics may, or as posterity might, as a theme, war and peace. But war and peace is a mosaic,
right?
Made up of a million small details. And it's in that sense that the artisan, myself in this case, distrust all the enormity of themes which are very useful for politicians and demagogues, and even theologians, but it doesn't work for an artist. The concept doesn't work for an artist.
Do you write for blacks, or do you write with more or less a universal appeal?
Well, one hopes, you write for whosoever will. That's the truth. You write out of your own experience. But once one examines that experience, for example, the experience of being a black American, which is after all my story, my point of view is where I come from. It's whence I came. That point of view, though, point of view of a black American, embraces much more than that section of New York City in which I was born and which I grew up. Because to be a black American meant that I had to know very, very soon where my mother worked. Sometimes I would pick her up so I could see the difference at once in my mother's kitchen and the kitchen in downtown where she spent so much more of her time than she could with us. It meant that I understood when I went to pay my father's union dues, something about the white world which had trapped us where we were. And that meant that I had to begin to look at white people very, very soon, very hard. And I had to understand them because I had to be able to outwit them. They were waiting for me up the road. I knew this by the time I was 7. So that, in a sense, the bitterness of one's beginnings, if it doesn't destroy you, gives you a kind of perception which saved me later, in any case, from hatred. Because hatred is always self-hatred, and there's something suicidal about it, though there's nothing mysterious about it at all. Mm-hmm. You see what I mean? So that when you ask me how I write for blacks, of course I do. But really for whosoever will, because you see, white, I keep repeating this, to be a white person in this country, and really for the most part in the world, but especially in this country, is simply a state of mind. It is almost in the category of a fatal disease.
How so, a state of mind?
A state of mind, meaning a moral choice. A state of mind because white people are a very recent invention, first of all. And I say invention. And in America, for example, it's very clear in a sense. People who came here for a great complex of reasons, none of which they faced yet, which is part of their problem. And were not white before they got here. They were Irish, or English, or Polish, or Dutch, or German. They didn't become white until they got here. And they had to become white here in self-defense because I was here.
Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. Happy Friday. Sorry I missed y'all yesterday, but I was up on a panel or two and just needed a break. As I said last week, I really ought to start taking Tuesday and Thursdays off because I am just like, I need to go back to where I wasn't watching, YouTube shows so much when I was off, away from actually streaming live. It's like, I've said before that I'm an introvert. Sometimes being with people, being around people just drains me. And funny enough, I find watching YouTube shows of people that I've interacted with almost as exhausting as being up on a panel with them, or I'm sure having to be around them in person. It's just so much foolishness, so many bad ideas, so many doubling down on obviously dumb ideas. It just gets exhausting. But anyway, the title of the show is basically what James Baldwin just said. A lot of white people, the Irish, the Italians, etc., they basically had to become white in self-defense. And there was also privilege and all that stuff. But, hey, if you're being told you can't, no shoes, no service, or no Irish or no Italian or, no Jews allowed, well, that's kind of oppression. If it's done a lot of places. And in defense, hey, you know what? You want to be accepted, so that's what you do. And I think that happens a lot on YouTube. I think John Galt is a perfect example. CT had, I guess, kind of a tribute to John Galt's business prowess and all this stuff, which I just found a riot. And I just happened to see the title of John Galt's show this morning. And Be Brave was kind of like the host, and John dropped in a little while. Well, of course, it's the usual Be Brave, like that fucking, sociology based on racism, his standard fare. But dude, Ivan came up to talk to Be Brave, and I didn't think the show, with all of Be Brave's racist worldview, I didn't think it could get worse until Ivan came up there. Dude had like a camera background that literally had the N-word, not N-I-G-G-A, but the actual N-word. and on top of like a pepper shaker, and the black pepper shaker was shaking out little little stick figures. And so Be Brave starts fussing at Ivan for saying the N word and some other TOS type, words you shouldn't say. And all the while Be Brave is blessing out Ivan for speaking racist epithets, the whole time Ivan's background has a racial epithet. And Be Brave didn't even notice it until Ivan had gone away. And I can't remember whether Brave bounced Ivan. I think he did. Or Ivan just went away because he had something better to do. But the whole time, the NIGGER is on prominent display. And Be Brave is so racist. He can sit there and look at a guy with the N word in plain view in the background. He didn't even notice it. We had to tell Be Brave, hey, didn't you notice this racial epithet? The Be Brave's talking about he doesn't want John's channel taken down and all that. I'm telling you right now, Be Brave, it's going to happen with Be Brave because apparently he's old and oblivious. It's just a hoot. So, this Friday seems to be John Galt Day, where everybody's just going to exalt John Galt. And I find it disturbing. And like I, sent a super chat to Be Brave saying that, all these mudsill whites are just up there praising their guy, John Galt. It is just bewildering how people can just. I want to say that it's one big joke, but I'm not convinced these people aren't serious.
And I was here for all them. I was here to work for them, to keep them white, in fact. It turns out that the doctrine of white supremacy, is probably one of the grimmest events in human history, since the discovery of syphilis. Because it blinds so many people to the truth about themselves and makes them to commit all manner of crimes. They think against the other, but it's never against the other. It is always against oneself. If I decide to murder your child or to rape you, that's a terrible violation of you and of your child, of course. But then there is no hope for me at all. People live with what they've done and have to pay for what they do. They do it willingly or unwillingly, but there is no way not to pay it. That's the crisis in this country now.
Every novelist, every writer, I suppose, is, because he is an observer of human nature, is in a way a kind of historian. Mm-hmm. And with your writings and the controversy which surrounds you, what have you seen through the years since Harlem transpiring that has brought us to where we are now? And how much progress has there been for Black people?
That's a very, very loaded question, which will keep us here all night trying to answer it. We didn't answer it. But to try to, how can I answer it? Let's begin at the end. How much progress has there been, you ask me? It's a difficult question to answer because I have to say something very cruel, but it's true. The word progress in America is applied in this arena, the arena of what we call quote unquote race relations, mm-hmm. whatever that may mean. Progress is always a word which means in this arena, it is a white man's word, which really means progress is measured by how closely I become white, how closely I begin to resemble a white person. This is really what the Republic means when it talks about progress. It means that you and I have become progressively less and less and less and less savage. Our origins being savage is proven by the color of our skin. Now, this is obviously a myth, but a myth has tremendous force. You know, since we are never going to be white, I can say on the one hand that there's been a vast amount of delusion on the part of black people who think they can become white, who are beginning to recover from that condition, put it that way. For the rest, from the days when I was young, growing up in Harlem until now, I just say one thing, which I know to be true. When I was growing up, there was a black community. I'm really a Southerner born in the North. I was born in 1924. My father was one of the people driven out of the South during the Wave of Terror after the First World War. So millions of people, moved from the land to the city, but they moved in a sense intact. So there was a Southern community set down in the middle of Harlem,
taking all their beingness with them.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So that, for example, when I was growing up, a kid, I was doing something wrong in the streets, and you saw me, you knew my mama. You would spank my behind and take me home to mom and daddy and tell me why you beat me, why you gave me a spanking, and they would thank you for it and beat my behind again. And that's the way we grew up. That has gone. This generation, there's two generations born in the streets, and the black community has been fragmented, not by any fault of its own, through the tremendous pressures of trying to keep alive in an increasingly brutal environment, in which, and people are not fools after all of the inner cities, all of the cities of this country are more or less disaster areas, partly because white people have been fleeing from black people. They left the inner city to crumble because they wanted to get away from us. That's the real reason, and have precipitated a kind of social chaos in which context it's almost impossible to talk of progress because everyone has become so incoherent. And the whole adventure, which began, let us say, with Rosa Parks, 1955, up until, let us say, last year arbitrarily, the beginning of the 60s, the whole ferment, which swept the nation and really began to sweep the world, as was a very important and tremendous time, and many, many things happened. But the spirit of the country didn't change, and we thought really, we were young, we thought that we had only to make vivid the issue, had only really to march on Washington, and petition the government for redress of grievances, and the government and the people would hear and respond. They did not. Neither heard nor responded. And those who tried paid a terrifying price for it. We got a great many voting acts rights and things like that, and we got a great many tokens, But the seat of power remains the seat of power. I don't care how many black mayors we have and how many cities. The city is still dependent on the state, and the state is white, and it tends to remain that way. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think that black people learn in this terrible, really, really terrifying journey. I think we learned something about ourselves. I think that it was probably a necessary journey, but it has brought us to another place. There will be no more marches on Washington, for example. No one's going to petition this government for anything. It is absolutely clear to the dullest mind that our countrymen are prepared to betray us for safety, for the illusion of safety. So that means that our fate is once again where it always was, in our hands. The lives of our children are in our hands. The terrible battle is to deal with the institutions, every single one of which is racist. How to wrest our autonomy out of the jaws of this and save our children is a task which will take us into the 21st century. I will tell you this, though. I don't, one has to speak a little harshly, but I don't feel at all in despair.
You don't?
No.
Why not?
First of all, we can't afford it. And secondly, if we, and I speak now as a black man, as a black American, if we, against such terrifying odds, could come so far and still be here, I don't think that's not a matter for despair. You know.
Do you think the same strength will take black people even further?
Oh yes, I don't doubt that for a moment.
I'm sure we could go on in this line of thought for a long time, but before we run out of time, I want to talk a little bit about what James Baldwin does when he is not writing or agonizing or being a historian. What does James Baldwin do beyond the literary world for himself?
Yeah, well, not enough actually. I like to take long walks, by myself or with a friend, and hang around with my brothers and sort of get high, drink and talk. I like my family very much, so I spend as much time as I can with my nieces and my nephews and all that sort of tribe. And I guess I'm very simple, I like to go to movies. I have a lot of jazz musician friends.
So you like music?
Yeah. Well, I wanted to be a musician at one time.
You too?
Yeah.
Do you play an instrument?
No, I have not the remotest talent. I just like it. And I sort of grew up with musicians. So, sometimes I'm hanging out with Dizzy and all this. I saw Lena Horne just before I left. There's not much of a, see, being a writer is very lonely. Maybe I should put it that way. And most writers are really mavericks, they don't run in groups at all.
Mm-hmm.
So, but every black writer anyway, I think every writer really has a really close relationship to music. I think music is the greatest of the arts, really.
Oh, I agree.
And I've learned a lot from it. It's my touchstone. So that's what I do, I guess. I sort of experiment, with music, with myself, and enjoy my friends, and that's all.
And prepare to write other books. Are you writing another book now?
Yes, I am. I'm finishing a play.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell me a little bit about it?
I wish I know. No, I'm superstitious.
Okay. All right. I won't press you. Perhaps you can tell me this though. What remains to be said by Baldwin?
Oh, a lot.
A lot.
A lot. I'm just beginning.
You never exhaust your store.
Well, no, I think I'm very lucky. I'm not an old man. I'm not a young man either anymore. But for a writer, I'm very young.
Mm-hmm.
So and I have an appointment with the 21st century. But I would still be under 80.
That's marvelous. Oh, Jim, I've enjoyed talking with you on Faces, and I want to thank you for stopping by to visit with us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, well, that's that. Whenever I find these old James Baldwin clips, he is actually was a really good writer. He's pretty famous, pretty well respected. I think Eddie Glaude just recently, like in the past 2, 3, 4 years, actually wrote a book about James Baldwin. It wasn't quite a biography, I don't think. And no, I didn't buy it. If I think about it, one of these days I will. But it's also kind of a blast from the past. My mother was a big Baldwin fan. And, there's still books on the bookshelf at home, that she'd bought. So we've got a few news articles. There is one particular video. It's a video, a podcast that Michelle Obama and her brother did with Dave Chappelle. So definitely want to see that. Where we go after that, I don't know. Feeling actually a little bit tired today, but we'll see if I get a second wind. Apparently, the the real the Real Housewives of Boyd have a show tonight. I think it's tonight. So I am on the fence about whether I tune into that because last week was a circus, and I had a whole lot of criticisms to go around, and I can't imagine I wouldn't of this week's episode. So I don't know. We'll see. I'm certainly not going to go up on a panel, I don't think. Don't know that I have that kind of energy. But anyway, I also have some news articles. I prepared a show yesterday and just didn't feel like doing a show. So some of these news articles might be a day old or so, but this one is not. So Lindsay Clancy triple murder trial nears its end as defense attorney rests his case. So Lindsay Clancy is the mother who had postpartum and wound up strangling her children. Five, can't remember the middle child's age, and then, an 8-month-old. So this goes back to something. John Galt did a show this morning, and Be Brave was, the main host. And it's just, it's apparently it's just going to be the weekly racist, the weekly news and racist views of Be Brave. And he said once again that, black murder, black mass shootings and mayhem and stuff like that, black violent crime is worse than white violent crime because it happens out in public. And then the insane point he makes is that white violent crime isn't as bad because it happens in private. And that's like an idiotic point. Racists say the most stupid fucking things. So that something like this Lindsay Clancy incident, it happens out of the public view, but at some point the crime comes out into public, and like this trial, which is being reported by CNN, it's out in the public. So in the end, all these mass tragedies are out in public. I just don't get Be Brave's logic other than he's just a pure fucking racist. And this is his way of distinguishing, hey, I need to be racist and I need to make sure that white people come out looking better than black people, even when there's murder involved. It is literally bottom level, low wit IQ or low wit. It's not even critical thinking. So basically this trial is going to rest, and it came up maybe a couple times yesterday on a panel or something I was on. And the bottom line is, like most trials, I depend on the jury. I'm not going to be doing a whole lot of second guessing because I haven't followed the trial and not even sure I care that much, other than it's a tragedy. I think somebody made a comment that it's pure evil, and then some TikTok girl said something like somehow or another she tried to tie feminism to this, like postpartum, the whole idea that there are people out there saying that this is why women shouldn't work and women are emotional and all this stuff, it's a blow to feminism. And my response is, what does feminism have to do with this? I'm sure she wasn't thinking of Betty Friedan, as she was, doing this heinous act. So people just pull all kinds of just threads, I guess, for content or just to be interesting, or they actually are that stupid and they believe shit like this. But just wanted to point out that you'll never hear Be Brave get up on John Galt's channel and talk about this tragedy, which in my mind, doing this to your own children, I don't know how you even defend this as better or worse than any other mass murder. These people are just out of their gourd. And I think 71 years of pot smoking, beer drinking, and just, sheer laziness, leading a shiftless life. Maybe Be Brave is going through some early dementia. That's the only thing I can think of how he come up with a conclusion, as he tends to do. The other thing that fascinated me about this morning's show is Be Brave literally keeping a straight face when he said that blacks, the topic got on to pedophile behavior and crimes and stuff like that. Someone pulled down a Bureau of Statistics or FBI statistics. They're like 100 and for some reason they were concentrating on 2022, but basically white males had 3 times the charges, or maybe it was convictions of child, crimes, involving children, 3 times the number. But Be Brave says that, he's looking at per capita, and the per capita number is how you judge that blacks have a bigger problem. Now, if you could make the argument, based on the population, that the crime happens more frequently, but that's just based on population. That's one way of looking at it. But the other way of looking at it is there's just simply more. And you'll have people like Jewel of Aquarius or Be Brave, and both Jewel and Be Brave are virulent racists. And the thing is I kind of give them credit because honestly, and I hate to sound harsh here, but obviously it's how they were raised and their total lack of education in how to think critically, obviously leads them to these sorts of conclusions. And I can't go back and live their upbringing for them. I just kind of pity that they're so poorly educated. But they're saying, of course, you expect to see bigger numbers of violent crime because there are more white people. And I'm just thinking, really? That's how you're looking at it? There's more of us, so of course you expect more crime? There are certain measures, like if you want to measure the cost of incarceration and the trial process and all, 195,000 versus 80,000 is going to cost more taxpayer dollars. If you look at it as far as financial impact, I'm sorry, per capita is not going to help you out there. But I'm belaboring the point. I'm spending way too much time with these fucking YouTube racists. And honestly, sometimes I give them too much time of the day, apparently. So let us move on. North Korea launches ballistic missiles as Trump seeks to rekindle nuclear talks with Kim Jong-un. Honestly, I couldn't believe this headline when I read it. So because South Korea didn't lend a hand in this travesty with Iran. I talked a couple days ago that Trump ordered the Defense Department to scale back on military exercises with South Korea, and then the same day, North Korea launches ballistic missiles, and Trump wants to rekindle nuclear talks with Kim Jong Un. Which I'm just like, Donald Trump, this dude is so fucking just bad for America. It is stunning. All I can say for the 10,000th time, I told you so. And every single Trump voter is to blame for this stuff. So let's hear Donald Trump talk about how he's buddies with Little Rocket Man.
Exchanging written letters with Kim Jong-un.
Can't tell you that. But I get along with him. And you know what? The fact that I get along with him, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. He has 57 very powerful nuclear weapons. Should have never allowed it to happen. They should have never allowed it. If I were president, I wouldn't have allowed it. But he's got them. I get along with him very well. I can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And I know Kim Jong-un very well, and he's going to be fine. As long as we have a smart president, he's going to be fine. If we have a dumb president, then he's probably not going to be so fine.
Are you expecting to meet with him later this year?
Yeah, I will be.
Mr. President, today's about American production. Can you give us any update on your negotiations with Canada for a trade deal?
Yeah, we had a very good conversation with the Prime Minister last night, and we've come to a deal with Canada. As you know, the 50% tariffs across the board were going on against Canada today. And they called yesterday and they gave us the points that we had to have. Very fair deal for both. The tariffs will be non-existent for our farmers. Our farmers were paying tremendous tariffs into Canada, and those tariffs are going to be totally eviscerated, down to zero.
Is the U.S. going to lower tariffs on Canadian autos?
We're doing certain things. Got to give something, and we're doing certain things. We're paying a high number. We're reducing it a little bit. It's good for everybody. But our farmers are going to be thrilled. Our manufacturers are going to be.
Yeah, I just wanted to play that little bit about North Korea.
Because they'd use it, and we're not going to let them use it. So Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't. Thank you very much. I'm glad you came out.
Yeah, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Well, they didn't have one to begin with. I honestly, in some ways, and this might be a bit of a hot take, it's just my opinion, but I think after this, Iran is probably more likely to have a nuclear weapon. You know, you keep telling a country they can't in the way Trump wants to do it, I'd be wanting a nuclear weapon. And speaking of the Middle East and terrorism, FBI thwarts an alleged ISIS-inspired plot to bomb New York Capitol. just truly amazing. So let's hear about this.
All right, we're learning more this morning about an alleged ISIS-inspired terror plot thwarted by the FBI. Federal prosecutors say 35-year-old Jessica Bowie was planning to bomb the New York State Capitol building in Albany. They arrested her after she met with informants. Let's bring in NBC's national law enforcement and intelligence correspondent, Tom Winter. Tom, good morning. So how did this plot unravel?
Well, it starts back in this spring. She starts saying a lot of extremist things online. She's praising the 9/11 terror attacks. And she actually has a number of her accounts suspended on social media, which in this day and age takes some pretty serious work. Then she starts making some comments to people that she's talking to online, and she has an oath to ISIS. At that point, federal authorities get concerned. If this person is willing to pledge their support to ISIS, to commit attacks for ISIS, where do they want to take this? They introduced her to a number of informants, a total of 3 across the entirety of the investigation. And they say, how far does she want to go? Well, they actually have her at Home Depot buying bomb-making parts and nails. And she talks about whether or not, and you're looking there with her at the shopping cart, at the register, whether or not the nails would be large enough to create the most damage. She wanted to bomb the New York State Capitol in Albany. She wanted to kill New York State senators, according to the charging documents. And she wanted to do all of this in the name of ISIS. So that's what the charging documents have. That's how this investigation unraveled. And it speaks to a lot of what we've been seeing in this space.
Tom, any idea whether do investigators think she was self-radicalized? Does she have some sort of ties to ISIS, that part of the world? Or
sure. So she actually converted to Islam 5 years ago, but it was really this spring that she started to espouse those views. Not clear how far this goes beyond this investigation. I don't think you're looking at the successor to Osama bin Laden here, but a couple of things that do stick out. She's 35 years old. She's young. But in the terrorism world, she's ancient. Most of these cases now are people in their teenage years, early 20s. The average case for open counterterrorism investigation is actually about 15 years old. So that tells you how much younger most of these cases are. She's a woman. 85 to 90% of all terrorism cases these days involve men. And so you look at this and say, why is this person, what is speaking to this person? But the big thing that sticks out here is that whether people don't like people on the left, don't like people on the right, you now got somebody who wanted to have an oath to ISIS. It's all about the political violence. And that's what has people concerned. Again, the focus are on politicians. We've seen the assassination attempts. We were here just a little less than a year ago talking about the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the Minnesota lawmakers. So again, the focus is back on the politics. And you look at this case and say, okay, why were they so interested in it? Would this person really have been able to carry out this level of an attack? But 25 years ago, sitting here, all the puzzle pieces were on the table when it came to 9/11. People just were not in that mindset to put them together at that point. So you got to be in this space to make the arrest, to try to deter people and understand what they're talking about.
Yeah. Got to take it seriously for sure. Tom, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom.
Well, the next story, I was going to say, the next story from the New York Times is about, the FBI has been busy. Agents search Eric Swalwell's home as part of federal inquiry. Well, you all may recall about a month or two ago, Eric Swalwell's just been in swirling trouble forever. And he basically quit to avoid a House Ethics Committee investigation where he wound up having relations with this actually really beautiful Chinese agent. And apparently it's just spiraling out of control. So the FBI raided his home, I believe. Most sex crimes are prosecuted by state and local authorities. The federal agents appear to be using civil rights statutes to scrutinize Mr. Swalwell's conduct. A person familiar with the case is saying. So basically, this to me is a little bit of political. They're kind of, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Eric Swalwell's always been, right out there on the front lines of bashing MAGA. So this is going to be a little bit of get back. So let's take a look at this video, though. If it'll play.
The investigation into former California Congressman Eric Swalwell is growing this morning. A person familiar with the matter tells NBC News federal agents stopped Swalwell at San Francisco International Airport on Saturday, seizing a cell phone and laptop as part of a search warrant related to sexual misconduct claims against him. Agents also searching his home in Washington, D.C. the next day, according to the source.
In order for federal investigators to be involved, there would have to be some type of federal crime that's implicated. So this is a significant escalation of this case.
The FBI declining to comment on the ongoing probe. The search coming 3 months after federal law enforcement reached out to at least one woman who had publicly accused Swalwell of sexual misconduct. That according to a source familiar with the interaction. The married father of three, once considered one of California's most prominent Democrats and a favorite for governor, resigning his seat in the House and ending his gubernatorial run after multiple women came forward accusing him of varying degrees of sexual misconduct. Lana Drewis says she met Swalwell in 2018 and thought they were developing a friendship. But during their third encounter, she says he sexually assaulted her.
Well, apparently he thought so too.
And he choked me. And while he was choking me, I lost consciousness.
Ali Samarco and Annika
Wow, that
Albrecht,
voice.
who spoke exclusively to CBS, sharing that Swalwell sent them explicit text messages and nude photos.
It started out as professional and platonic, and then slowly they became more and more explicit.
At the time, Swalwell vehemently denying all allegations.
They're absolutely false. They did not happen. They have never happened. And I will fight them with everything that I have.
But ultimately caving to bipartisan pressure to end his 13-year run in the House.
What are you doing?
Now, overnight, some of Swalwell's alleged victims saying in a statement that today feels like a step toward the accountability that we've waited a long time for. NBC News has reached out to Swalwell's attorney, but so far we have not heard back. Craig?
All right, Ryan Noble's for us there in Washington.
All right. Well, what can I say other than you live by the sword, you die by the sword. All right. Religious groups ask judge to consider contempt over undercover ICE operation. Now, I hadn't heard about this. So religious groups are asking a federal judge to consider holding Department of Homeland Security officials in contempt after an undercover agent inadvertently dropped a recording device inside a Minnesota church. Accidentally, or inadvertently. Revealing an operation immigration advocates say violates a court order barring enforcement actions in houses of worship. Interesting. I don't think this is going to go anywhere, unless they actually do it. Groups say the undercover operation ran afoul of a February order by U.S. District Judge Dennis Saylor IV, who barred immigration enforcement activity in or near houses of worship. Very interesting. So apparently ICE is godless. So another ICE story. ICE arrests captain in New York boat accident that killed two. Yeah, I think it was last week. There was this like a tour boat or something capsized, and a young mother and her toddler wound up drowning. And, of course, that captain is in trouble. I think he's charged with negligence or something. Well, it turns out he's in the country illegally or something. So a Coast Guard investigation led to the arrest of Manuel Hernandez, who had been charged with misconduct and neglect after deaths of mother and child. So let's listen to this. It's
ICE
short.
arrests captain in New York boat accident that killed two. This article is by Jonathan Wolfe and read by an automated voice. The captain in a deadly boat accident in New York Harbor this month was arrested by Immigration and Customs Enforcement after an investigation found that he was in the United States unlawfully, the federal authorities said on Wednesday. The captain, Manuel Hernandez, 46, was initially arrested on August 9th, the day after the boat capsized in the harbor, killing a mother and her 5-month-old daughter. A Coast Guard investigation found that the boat was over capacity when it capsized near the Statue of Liberty and did not have life jackets for infants on board, according to a criminal complaint.
Oh, wow.
Mr. Hernandez was charged on August 10th in federal district court in Manhattan with 2 counts of misconduct and neglect resulting in death. He was released on $50,000 bail. ICE agents arrested him after the Coast Guard's investigation, the Department of Homeland Security said on Wednesday. The department said that Mr. Hernandez was from El Salvador and had lied to a Border Patrol officer when he crossed into Texas from Mexico in 2007, falsely claiming to be a U.S. citizen.
Oh,
Once
wow.
he faces justice for his crimes, we will make sure that he is swiftly removed from our country, Mark Wayne Mullen, the Homeland Security Secretary, said in a statement. The department did not immediately respond to a request for comment on Thursday. Mr. Hernandez's lawyer, Amy Galicchio, declined on Thursday morning to comment on his arrest or the case. The New York Police Department did not respond to a request for comment. Mr. Hernandez was piloting a Yamaha AR-210 chartered for a birthday celebration on August 8th when it capsized, killing a 27-year-old woman, Sarah Sanchez, and her daughter, Antonella. The boat was carrying 14 people at the time, exceeding its maximum capacity of 10, according to a federal complaint. Mr. Hernandez said he had borrowed the boat from a friend while his own was out for repairs. A customer paid at least $1,800 for the tour. As the boat sailed down the East River and into Upper New York Bay.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into the gory details here, but wow, that is a twist I wasn't expecting. Let's see here. You know, I have a story here. I don't even know why this story is here. So president appears on radio show of former fixer Michael Cohen. I don't even know why I put that story in there. I'm not particularly interested in it. So let's move on. Now, this is interesting, and I knew this was going to happen. Justice Roberts, or Chief Justice Roberts, Supreme Court temporarily allows White House ballroom construction to continue. So basically, there's no impediment left. Donald Trump is just fucking doing what he wants to do with the White House. And I just find it just like so disrespectful to the American people. He doesn't own that fucking house. It's just, he's just the worst president in my lifetime, and definitely a lousy commander in chief. And speaking of which, probably everybody knows by now, but the Abraham Lincoln is actually en route back to Homeport. But it literally took a scandal to fucking make it happen. Pete Hegseth needs to be fired immediately. Why Trump hasn't done it, I don't know. All right, so let's move on. ABC sues FCC to block threat to its TV licenses. Yeah, finally, Disney's getting, Mickey's stiffening up the ears and getting a backbone. Basically, they're saying that, this is censorship. Their First Amendment rights are being violated. And I actually think they will probably prevail on this. This naked, threatening that the FCC dude, I forget his name, has been doing. Yeah, it's about to stop. And hopefully their lead witness is going to be Jimmy Kimmel. Wouldn't that be awesome? So this is a Georgia story. And Cobb County's not too far from me. My sister lives in Cobb County. Marietta's probably an hour, from where I live. From where I live, you go directly into Atlanta down I-20, but to get to Marietta, you kind of got to go the perimeter around Atlanta to get to Cobb County. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. New Amazon drone delivery service revealed in Georgia. 5 things to know. And I'm nowhere near. They won't be sending drones to deliver my stuff. Amazon Prime Air is planning to launch a new drone delivery service. In almost 500 towns this year, including in Atlanta, the company announced Wednesday. Services currently offered in 11 cities, and now drone delivery will be available in 5 more U.S. towns. Customers already turn to Amazon for fast, same, and next day delivery, and Prime Air provides them an even speedier option when they need it, with deliveries in as fast as 30 minutes. Holy cow. David Carbon, Vice President of Amazon Prime Air. We've already delivered hundreds of thousands of packages to customers by drone this year, and by the end of 2026, we plan to reach customers in nearly 500 cities and towns. We're pairing the convenience of ultra-fast drone delivery with the low prices and selection customers love about Amazon. Let me put it to you this way. You can get rid of Elon and all the other billionaires, but you will not get rid of Jeff Bezos if it threatens my Amazon Prime. Amazon Prime is a positive public good, and it shall not be tampered with. Whatever, you can get rid of all the other billionaires, but Amazon stays. So that is how much I love my Amazon Prime. Even if I can't get the drone service, I literally ordered some stuff from Amazon yesterday, and it was here by, I don't know, 5 or 6 this morning. And one of the things I ordered was a brand new set of wireless earbuds. So I have 3 sets now. I can go a whole 12 hours and not have to worry about charging earbuds. Thank you, Amazon. What's up, Kelvin? So let's see. If I ever get Amazon drone delivery, I got a lot of trees around here, though. I'm not even sure that where I live would be a very good prime candidate. But if I ever get Amazon Air, ever get the privilege, I will definitely take video of the delivery. All right. So next I have a very boring essay that Richard Hanania did. And, you know, quite frankly, I specialize in boring, as so many people love to remind me in other people's chats. I was in Latino's chat yesterday, and they were telling me how boring this show is. I was in John Galt's chat today. They were telling me how boring my show is. I've been in, I was up on Nightish's panel yesterday. He's telling me how boring. It's like, damn, I get the message. It's boring, except when it's not. So anyway, this is an interesting essay if you like, politics, kind of political philosophy, that sort of thing. And to win elites over to markets, ditch the chuds. So basically, I don't know that I absolutely agree with this, but Democrats are full of elites and professional managerial class type people, lost touch with the proletariat, the working man. And this is Richard Hanania, who is a conservative, but I actually appreciate, some of his thinking about how we get elites back into trusting markets instead of, either over-regulated markets or just outright, we don't like markets. We want to own the markets. Basically, the people need to own the markets, that type of socialism. And I admit it's going to be tough. Markets work well, but not for everything. And a lot of these chuds don't get it. So let's play this.
To win elites over to markets, ditch the chuds. Educated voters are not always economic collectivists. By Richard Hanania. In the United States today, Democrats are the party of elites, while Republicans are with the common man. Since Democrats are on most issues the more anti-market party, this makes it seem like elites are more in favor of economic statism. Yet there is a near universal pattern in the opposite direction, as shown in a new paper by John Nye and his co-authors called Education and Market Liberal Preferences. Looking at World Values Survey data over the time period 1990 to 2023, they find that higher education predicts pro-market values in 95% of cases, with 77% of the country years showing a statistically significant relationship in that direction. Pro-market values are determined using 3 World Values Survey questions asking respondents to place themselves on scales concerning A, whether incomes should be made more equal, B, whether private ownership of business and industry should be increased, and C, whether competition is good because it stimulates people to work hard and develop new ideas. The authors combine the 3 into an index, coding each so that higher scores represent more pro-market views. Below is the percent change in a pro-market direction associated with having a college degree for various countries across the last few decades. Compared to most other places, college graduates in the US are not that much more pro-market. But note that even in America the sign is positive in 4 out of 5 years. This is all pretty remarkable considering the state of the universities. And Nye et al. Find that being more educated is associated with more pro-market views, even among Russians who grew up in the Soviet Union. There is a deep connection between being more friendly to capitalism and being more educated that seems to go beyond what is taught in any particular education system. It is probably related to intelligence and openness. By just looking at the US and the UK, we get the wrong impression about human nature, since these are unusual cases. That said, even American college graduates were more pro-market than non-college graduates as late as 2017, though just barely. Yet they still voted for Hillary. Across the 277 observations with the relevant data, on average having a university degree gives an individual a 7.2% higher pro-market score. In the US, it is 0.96% across 5 observation years. That's pretty low, but doesn't explain why in most cases it is the Democrats, the party of elites, who are pushing for higher taxes and a more expansive government. I think the conclusion we should draw from this is that abstract attitudes toward markets aren't explaining as much as people think. When Obama tried to provide universal health care, Republicans appealed to free market principles to oppose it. Democrats do the same when it comes to Trump's tariffs. There was an amusing recent poll showing that pro-DSA Democrats were more likely to support free trade agreements than normal Democrats and independents, with Republicans least favorable of all. Democrats tend to like direct tax and spending, which redistributes money away from wealthy white people and toward poor minorities and elite white people who work in education and academia. Republicans primarily like anti-market interventions that signal hostility toward foreigners, namely immigration restrictions and barriers to trade. Neither side is that attached to free market or socialist principles for their own sake. One reason I think that land use reform has taken off on the left is that YGMBYs have been able to portray opposition to the movement as stemming from a racist desire of white people to keep away minorities. As a result of this success, Republicans, who have traditionally been good on housing, are now sometimes attacking Democrats by talking about how their opponents are going to destroy the suburbs. Since the politics of the masses generally aren't motivated by economic concerns, party elites set the agenda. And elites doesn't mean college graduates, but a smaller group of activists and media figures within each coalition. To stay influential, however, those elites need to be able to push the right cultural buttons. A history of class-based voting in America. The question I'm interested in is what exactly supporters of the free market can do to win over elites. And here I think that they must separate their ideas from those of religious fundamentalists, nativists, conspiracy theorists, and bigots. History indicates that, like in most other countries, In America, it is most natural for elites to be more pro-market than the general public. Yet there is no way that elites can be part of today's Republican Party with Donald Trump as its head. FDR's base was among the rural poor and the working class, and he was famously hated by the rich. As John Alswang documented in The New Deal in American Politics, in January 1936, Gallup polled Who's Who, a list of affluent, educated elites. The survey found that 31% said they preferred Roosevelt be re-elected over a generic Republican, compared to 53% of the national sample. 4 years later, an August 1940 Gallup poll showed FDR down 42 points among upper-income voters and up 32 among lower-income voters, class gaps that are unthinkable today. The chart below uses the ANES to investigate the diploma gap in every election going back to 1952. Basically,
it's fascinating how these class analyses kind of differ depending on who's doing them. There are plenty of people who basically say that Donald Trump being elected was a class collaboration. It's basically the billionaire class, the Elon Musks, the Bezoses, etc., basically in collaboration with the working class. And I agree with that. That's how this you'll hear me say that MAGA is basically not a true populist movement. It's a bunch of oligarchs dressed in jeans and flannel shirts carrying around oversized and fake chainsaws like that one that Elon Musk had in that photo op. I think that is the actual class collaboration. I don't think Richard Hanania, it's an interesting idea, but I don't think that democratic socialists, for instance, are anti-market. I think they are literally not, well, they're more willing to make markets work for people, not the other way around. In essence, they're more Polanyi versus what's his name? I want to say Milton Friedman. They're more Polanyi versus God damn it, Hayek. Where where the markets basically rule and people kind of support the markets versus the market being a tool that people can manipulate. You don't want to just let markets rule everything. And I'm with that. It's almost like AI. All of a sudden I'm hearing about rogue AI. You can have rogue markets, and people need to keep certain market activities in check. And I firmly believe in that. So I'm gonna let this rest because mainly because I don't agree with it. That should be enough. So what's next up? By the way, I really haven't even done any commercials. Everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're, especially if you're hearing this on replay, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the show, please subscribe. We've been stuck at 381, and I've lost a couple, gained a couple, lost a couple, then gained one. And one of those couple was our buddy 12th man, who was rightly offended probably because I was blunt when I told him. And if you were here, if you know, I'm not going to go back and do a replay. But 12th man is one of those racists who just has no clue about what being a racist is all about. These guys, and I can name names. I mean, everybody from John Galt to Be Brave to Latino and Jewel to CM to, couple folks I was in the chat with going back and forth with. Palomino's one of them. These guys are under the impression that everybody's racist and that's okay. Therefore, racist doesn't even exist if everybody's a racist. And I think that's just psychobabble. It is literally miseducation in action. Accepting race and racist behavior and racism is some form of natural law. That is what white supremacy has wrought. Even black people think that, oh, hey, being racist is natural. It is not. And the proof of that is kids aren't born racist. They have to be taught the differences. Kids know, dark skin from light skin and stuff like that, but the connotations of race, skin color determines abilities and IQ and, oh, black people just naturally want to dance, that sort of thing. Kids learn that. They don't, you're not born, innately thinking that. And there are too many exceptions to be a rule, to make it that sort of race quote reality a rule. But anyway, what else? Support the show by supporting the host. Tomorrow there will be a Saturday show, though I'm not absolutely sure what it's going to be about. It will be black stuff. Someone the other day in some other show's chat, he and I got to talking about black people, black demographics, black culture, and where black people live. And, I say it all the time. Most black people aren't from urban areas. I'm not saying that, some small town in Georgia, because there are plenty of them, plenty of little mini hoods in these small towns. But these small town, like, quote, housing developments are nothing like, the big metropolitan, urban, inner city type areas. So I'll talk a good bit about that tomorrow. I've grabbed some Pew Research stuff, and there'll be a couple other topics. I really should go into, my experience on Be Brave's John Galt. John Galt presents Be Brave, that show this morning. CT was a fucking circus, but I'm used to that. The Earth show, there's like, I don't even know how to describe what's going on in the Earth Uncle Jack universe. It's, it was good until it wasn't. And then CM's a little bitch. CM, I don't even know how he gets tolerated sometimes, but he's in there instigating all kinds of shit. I spent overnight listening to Uncle Jack's show. And yes, there's been some misbehavior out there that should be called out, but it's like a feud a minute. And, I actually kind of enjoy being over in this Stanley versus the world oasis. It is sometimes kind of the eye of the storm where everything's calm. You go too far, out to the edges, and there's a hurricane out there. And I just want to, wander back to my show where it's quote boring. Boring is good sometimes. So, that's what's going on. And I'm sure I'll get into some of that foolishness. But to be honest, I don't know. maybe tomorrow I'll have the energy to find it all funny and fascinating. But for right now, I just want to. It's out there. It'll wander into here, but thank God I am not involved in any of this silly bullshit, because these are adults. That's the fascinating part. So here we have the Michelle Obama podcast, Higher Ground, and Dave Chappelle.
I used to shadow my dad around town. He had this thing he would do, not with everybody, with certain people. Hey, how you doing? Hey, I'm good, man. And he would look at him and be like, "Now, how are you doing?" And then then they'd say what the real thing was. But then it taught me again. Everyone's like a book that I haven't read.
Yes.
And man, sometimes I can get past the cover and man, I learned so much from so many unlikely people. So, and then of course I take those lessons around the world and make millions and millions of dollars.
Well, to your point, Brian, Leonard Snake, CM, 12th Man, dude, these are damaged goods. And they are entertaining unless you have to have them up on your panel and you have to deal with them a lot. They are not entertaining if you have to moderate a panel that they're on. They're just not. And who was it? I watched Leonard up on CM's panel a couple nights ago, and CM and Leonard were getting along. I popped up in the chat and they were kind of roasting me. And then Leonard kicked into Leonard mode. And I don't know whether it was the alcohol going to Leonard's lizard brain or just what. But Leonard has a thing of when he comes to your channel, apparently it's such an honor. It's like you just let him take over your panel. And I'm trying to think of some Hollywood equivalent, like if you, and I'm going to date myself, but if you've ever seen on YouTube, like old episodes of The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson, every now and again, someone like a Rodney Dangerfield would come up, or Richard Pryor. And, once they get into the right mode, they will take over your show, but in a good way. Or Robin Williams was another good example. You kind of give them, you give them the premise of a joke and they will run off and ad lib for half an hour and you don't have to do much but cut to commercial and come back. Well, Leonard thinks he's like one of those types, talented, funny. And he will take over a panel. And he tried to do it on my panel, and I'm not going to allow that to happen. There can only be one on my panel, and boring or not, it's going to be me. Leonard will not be taking over my panel unless I get sick and just hand him the keys and go, hey, take over for half an hour. That's not going to happen on my panel. Well, I happen to have that kind of panel discipline. And funny enough, so does Be Brave. Be Brave accuses me of dropping people and not letting people finish. I witnessed Be Brave use the Stanley method of keeping good order and discipline on a panel. But he's too much of a pussy to admit he learned that shit from me. So anyway, Leonard and CM up on CM's show the other day, it was hilarious because they're two damaged individuals and then they're hanging out, they're getting along, and then all of a sudden Leonard is Leonard. And he just goes into that mode where he's just saying the most corny but the most horrible things at the same time. And I think they were both going in on art or something like that. So anyway, and by the way, I was up on Latino's panel. I think it was last night. And I'm up there, and I went up there for a specific point that I was going to make about the Lindsay Clancy trial, I think. And I did have an actual serious point. And, apparently CM saw an opportunity to be on a panel with me because, he's pretty much banned from this show. He can come up to the panel, and if I want to talk to him, fine. But more than likely I won't. Pretty much banned from the chat. He has no business over hanging out on a channel that he struck. But anyway, I guess since I was up on a panel, CM decides to come up on the panel. I don't know whether he, I'm assuming he came up because of me. And but I don't know that for sure. But as soon as he got up there, I'm like, hey, I'll see y'all later. I am not going to hang out on a panel with CM. I don't have that kind of respect for him. Now, if I'm in the middle of a point and he shows up, yeah, I might have to be up there a little while. But I have lost all respect for CM in any capacity and would prefer not to interact with him at all. I'll go to his chat and roast a bit, but even that I get bored with. So that's where CM and I stand. And speaking of Latino, he wrote me a couple really good songs that are longish. I may actually wind up using them as opening or closing songs at some point. But right now I have them parked in StreamYard to use as intermission songs. Before I get to this video, let me play one of them. There are two versions of the song. I guess they were written with AI, but they're so good. He was just going to give them to me, and I'm like, nah, man, I can't accept these without sending you a cash app. They're just excellent songs. So let me play one of them here and see what y'all think, and then we'll get to this video. As a matter of fact, I should take an intermission. I probably need a bathroom break. You know what? Let's test out the intermission protocol. We are going to test the intermission protocol here because I actually have an intermission screen. I think it's that one. And then I will go ahead and engage this song, which again, might even have to make him an executive producer because these songs, I really, the favorite of the songs that, Tough Guy gave me a couple. Latino gave me one a while ago, and then Savage, I have one by Savage. But these so far, this one so far, and there are again two versions of it, definitely my favorites. So let's check these out. I think it's this one. Tell me how the volume is.
Sometimes with it, always smart. We get to talking and we make it art. Articles and clips, pick clean and sharp.
There is one with a more female voice that I prefer, but listen to the lyrics of this. It's actually a really, really good song.
Little truth bombs right from the start come through. Tap that light if you want the real. Keep it tight. No hard feelings, no harm meant. Just a better view on what it meant. Stanley cross 600. Hit the light.
Uh, by the way, Khan, um, Tough Guy songs are not AI. He had like a band or has a band. Those are actually live instruments, guitar, bass. He's on drums. Those are not AI by any stretch. If you ever want to see, next time I think about it, Tough Guy actually has some live jam sessions on YouTube. Maybe tomorrow, if I think about it, I'll pull some of those up. When I used to do that overnight show on John Galt's channel, he and I actually watched some of that actual live music content. It was really cool stuff. So Tough Guy doesn't do AI music.
Stanley Cross 600. Sup tonight. Stanley Cross 600. You know the vibe. Stanley Cross 600. Come join the light. Join the light. Clips in the folder, notes on the side. Big ideas talking, small things try. We laugh a little, then we go deep. He gives you a you know what, and we don't sleep. Come through, tap that light. If you want the real, we keep it right. No hard feelings, no harm meant. Just a better view on what it meant. Stanley Cross 600. Hit the light, hit the light. Stanley Cross 600. Sup tonight, sup tonight. Stanley Cross 600. You know the vibe. Stanley Cross 600. Come join the light, join the light. Mother F, he said, but I don't mean no harm. I'm just saying stay a while. If the take feels right, then bring your style. Smart talk, warm laugh, that's the code we chose. One more clip for the road and off we go. Stanley Cross 600. Hit the light, hit the light. Stanley Cross 600. Something nice, something nice. Stanley Cross 600. You know the vibe. Stanley Cross 600. Come join the lane, join the lane.
So I think it's a great song, and I think it's really perfect for intermission. There's one with a male voice. I think there's one with a male voice that I may just clip into a new startup or intro theme. But yeah, I salute to. I would put Latino up there with Nightish as a AI producer any day. I think he's actually better, to be honest. And while I am thinking about it, let me take down this thing. But I really need to get better about my intermissions. So Latino has inspired me to be a little bit more professional about that sort of stuff. And while I'm thinking about it, the Saturday show, we've already had a couple investors, American Man, and Mariah invested into the Sovereign Beer Fund early this week, and towards the Saturday show. So, folks, support the show by supporting the host. I am definitely, saying, if you want to donate to the show, because the money actually does get put into more than the Sovereign Beer Fund. There are bills, the YouTube Premium, the StreamYard, the newspaper subscriptions. There's some history YouTube channels that I'm a member of, some Substack subscriptions that I pay for, just to have a variety of news. I don't just read the New York Times. I've got conservative newspapers and magazines as well. So show ideas are submissions to the show that help the host, by the way. So bear that in mind. So let's get on with the show. Hey, Feelings Hurt. Hey, SD, how you doing? Good to see you all. So let's see what Dave Chappelle has to say to Michelle Obama. Let's see here. Oh, and by the way, somewhere out there, the link is the link to the chat's being dropped occasionally. So feel free to come on up and hang out for a bit.
This episode is brought to you by Chase Home Lending.
Hey, little girl, how are you doing?
Well, I'm doing just fine. We've got a special episode ahead. We are out of the studio and we are in Ohio in a beautiful town.
Yellow Springs.
I was gonna,
She was setting
our
me up.
guest is not supposed to be here,
He's
and he's not supposed to be talking. But I think it'll
failed
be
the first test. He's not supposed to be here.
But it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a couple of weeks.
I know it feels like months I haven't seen you.
It has been months.
Now that
It
we've been
has been
doing this podcast, I get to see my lovely sister at least once a month. But I've been really busy the last couple of months, and she's been vacationing in Hawaii.
I haven't been vacationing. That's where I live. See, this is how. I mean, dude, I work almost every day, almost.
Do you?
No, not really.
That's what I thought. But we have a special guest.
We do.
And we should do a proper introduction.
Okay, take
and
it
I
away.
know this will sound familiar, but we've got Dave Chappelle, who is, I am such a huge fan of Dave Chappelle, and I'm going to read his bio, but I want to tell you two things about meeting him for the first time. One is Dave Chappelle is one of those people who makes me laugh just by thinking about him. I can think someone says Dave Chappelle and I'll start giggling. And I'm going to tell I mentioned this to Dave in the car or when we were riding around. Everybody knows Dave smokes.
No.
I hadn't smelled smoke since our mom passed away. And it was such...
Our mom smoked,
this
by the
sounds
way.
weird, but our mom smoked. And being around Dave gave me this warm feeling.
That
Of being-
nicotine love.
Of being around my mom.
Yeah, he told me that this morning. And I was like, really? You're really going to tell that story?
I am. But
That's an interesting point, and I don't plan on stopping this a lot, but Feelings Hurt says this is good content. This is something the others would run from. I would imagine the others don't know about this content. I can't imagine why they would run from it. Now, I like Michelle Obama, but really it was the Dave Chappelle that interested me. And then last week, Ketanji Brown Jackson was interviewed. I'm not really planning on, say, once a week we show, this podcast, but if the guest requires an interview or a review, of course I will. I'm not afraid of content. I don't particularly care. There's some content I don't prefer, but I show enough uh, conservative slanted commentary or podcast. I find interesting shows interesting, regardless of the political leanings of the podcast.
Because I think people relate to something like that.
Okay. All right. Well, let's introduce Dave. Come on, dude.
Dave Chappelle is one of the greatest comedians this country has ever produced. Full stop. Multiple Grammy Awards, the Mark Twain Prize for American Humor, the highest honor in comedy, a voice that has shaped culture, challenged power, and made the whole world laugh and think at the same time. This man is a legend. So it is a genuine joy, a personal honor for the both of us to introduce a man who is not only the most important artist of our generation, but a true neighbor to this community. O.H. Yeah, y'all thought I didn't know about that, didn't you? Welcome, Dave Chappelle.
Oh, Dave Chappelle. Wow.
Thank you.
Dave, thank you. Thank you for inviting us here to Yellow Springs, your home. The tour, as Craig was saying, we got in our cars. There were about 8 of them, and we drove around and we, saw all the wonderful sights. Had the opportunity to stop by your mom's house, Dr. Sion. Thank you. Just a beautiful, beautiful. Why was it important for you to have us here?
Well, being yourself, being Michelle Obama, I'm sure it's not lost on you that this community feels seen by the world if it's seen by you. And unbeknownst to you, maybe this community have an enormous amount of support. When Ohio elected your husband twice, and here locally, the message of hope and change resonated profoundly. And I was telling you earlier, and I think you guys would agree, when Obama was running for president, it felt as if he lived in Ohio because the presence of his ground team was so strong. And this radio station is our community's like lifeblood to us. It's our connective tissue. And we got close to losing them to Dayton, Ohio. And we were able to work things out and get this building built. And this is the first time I think this room has ever been used in any actual recording capacity. And man, I can't think of a better way to inaugurate any room, but with you and your brother here amongst us and our friends and family. And it means the world to us. It means the world to me, but all of us, I could say without a doubt, are elated that you're here.
That there was driving around, I told you I got this familiar sense. I mean, one of the greatest privileges of my life was not just serving as First Lady of this country, but getting to campaign throughout this country. And what I saw on the campaign trail is very reminiscent of what I felt here driving around your community. And it is just a decency and an openness and a willingness to connect with people. And as Luke said, to accept people for who they are. And I always want to translate that to people across the country, because in a time when we don't feel like we see each other, I just want to remind people that communities like this one is really the truth of what I saw in America. It was the America I was representing. And I felt that, it was oozing in every stop that we made. And I think it's important for our listeners to understand that America has not disappeared.
Hey, feelings hurt. Funny you mentioned this, because I noticed that the numbers in the chat have dropped off a bit. Now, here's the deal with my show. Unless I'm doing something that's just like really messy or just like, the weekends tend to be a little bit more loose, and I'll have a few beers and just kind of, get on my ride the horrible train, and do a whole bunch of hot takes. But generally, I like the contemplative life. Like, I'm looking out my bedroom window, the trees still have all the leaves, and literally there are a ton of trees in my neighborhood. One of the things that attracted me to it, and I mean, like, tall trees, it's kind of a mature neighborhood. And I think when they went in and made the neighborhood, they were very respectful of the trees. But anyway, I prefer watching something like this to almost anything. I just don't need a whole bunch of, Delta November reinforcement, watching Delta Novembers just reinforcing Delta November points so other Delta Novembers can go back to their channels and reinforce their Delta November points. I will never understand how, a lot of Black content creators really have a problem with Barack and Michelle Obama. I've never understood it. I don't know what they were expecting. And they're legitimate criticisms of Obama, but none of them are really any worse or any better than any other president. One of my criticisms is that, he probably should have been a little bit more aggressive as far as saying fuck Mitch McConnell. I'd have been a whole lot more Machiavellian, but that's why I'm not and never would have been, never could be president, because I am not a peacemaker if I don't think peace needs to be made. So that people have a problem with this type of content it remains stunning to me.
It is here alive and well and thriving throughout this country. So it's just been a thrill for me to be back on soil like this. But you were raised here. This was your community.
Oh, absolutely.
Or you had your connection to Yellow Springs. Can you talk to us about why this community is so important to you?
I think my presence, my family's presence in this community is an extension of like my father's life work. He lived here all of my life, and a lot of the ethics of community, I learned from him. My mother and he are both from Washington, D.C., so I would mostly live with my mother. But Christmas time and summertime, I would come out to Yellow Springs, and it was so much different in D.C. And it also kind of prepared me for what my life would be like, because I was a kid with two lives. I had friends from out here, and I had friends in D.C., and D.C. is like, it's black.
Very.
Right, but this town is white. And I would come out here and play DC records for them, and they'd be like, "What is this music?" And then I go home, play rock and roll stuff in DC, and they're like, "What is this music?" But I felt like before there was an internet, I got a good sampling of culture that way, and that upbringing really did kind of help me become the type of comedian I am. It made me less afraid of people. And this is going to sound weird here, but it made me not afraid of white people. So in comedy, and like say that.
And that is a very important point, especially to someone like me. I say all the time, I literally grew up in a black neighborhood. It was black middle class, a lot of, mailmen, cops, but there were doctors, lawyers, business owners, the people that I grew up, the house I grew up, the family behind me. And we knew these people. Like my the lady that, she and her husband were entrepreneurs. They own like corner stores in Savannah. My mother had known her since they were girls. And at one point in time, I guess it was kind of thought that, I'd wind up being with their oldest daughter. And that oldest daughter was fucking like ridiculously gorgeous. But it didn't happen. But my point is that going to school, to the type of high school I went, and then going to the University of Georgia, no, there's no reason to be afraid of white people or even particularly respectful of white people and quote whiteness. They put their pants on the same, one leg at a time, so to speak, as the rest of us. I'm not like a John Galt where I think all things white are better than all things black. I think that particular type of view, I think being so willing to go in and single out black culture if you're black, and I say black culture with quotes, being so willing to basically rat out your own culture to look good for the whites, I find that perverse. I find the John Galts, the CTs, the angry mans, I find them perverse. Like they are damaged people. And I don't think I am. So good point that Dave makes.
80s, really the 90s. Comedy circuits were segregated. Yeah. And people don't know that. The black comedians played one set of rooms and white comedians played one set of rooms. And Washington, which was a majority black city, didn't have any black clubs until a few years into my career. Not to say that it was always like that, but for just like full-time comedy rooms, I started out in what they would call white rooms. I can remember one of the owners saying when I started out that he didn't like more than one black comic on the show because he said it would offend his audience. Yeah. It's like, dude, it's Washington. Right? But I always played anywhere that anyone would listen. And I didn't realize till I was a little older when I would see some comedians hit like an invisible wall. Like they would never play Sunset Boulevard, or they'd never go play Greenwich Village, or certain comedy staples that they just considered white rooms. They felt safer on Crenshaw or on this place or that place. They thought they wouldn't be understood. And I thought that the challenge of art was no matter where you go, you should try to be understood. And that, I don't know, something about that upbringing, the duality between Ohio and Washington, I think made me game to become what I became.
What are some of your fondest memories? When you think of the time with your father, your friendships here, how old were you when, what was your age range when you were spending time here? It was summers, it was holidays.
My parents split up when I was 2. I don't think they actually got divorced till I was 5, but they split up when I was 2.
What did your mom refer to your dad as? The gentleman?
The gentleman that I was married to.
We went to my mom's house today and she said, yes, my ex-husband used to live around here. I'm like, damn.
She's like, she said,
she didn't even say
no, she said the gentleman I was married
to. The gentleman I was married to. That's
married to.
Right. It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like your dad.
Yeah.
You can see where he gets those chops from, huh?
But it's funny. Okay, I don't have any memories of them married. I have a couple memories of them being married, but I have a lot of memories when they were together. And it was always very polite. They never spoke ill of each other. They always found something good to say, And knowing both of you, I hope you don't mind I say this, Mom. I can see exactly why they fell in love, and I can see why it wouldn't work.
Exactly, like time.
Yeah.
Let's call this.
You know what I mean? And I think one of the funnest or most interesting parts about becoming an adult is learning what the adults in your life were actually like. You know what I mean? And getting past the role of them being a senior, just people that came before you that were trying to figure things out. So I always joke with my wife, Elaine, and I'm like, I don't feel like I'm getting older, but the kids are catching up. You know what I mean?
It's like, when'd you get so old?
Yeah. It's just like, but I have incredibly fond memories of living here. Now, when I was younger, I should tell you this place was different because Antioch College was a much stronger force in the town. And your viewers aren't going to know. Antioch College, if you think of the most radical leftist politics, go left of that. and that's what this town was about. There was a policy that Antioch made years ago that everyone used to make fun of called Ask Every Step of the Way. And this was 30 years before the Me Too movement. That was like if you were getting ready to,
Yeah. We know.
Well, and then he would be like, well, may I kiss you? Or may I do this or that or the other? You would ask.
Right.
And man, the whole country was laughing at that policy. And even I was like, because I was living in New York at the time, watching the news, like, oh, they're making fun of Yellow Springs. And so I came home for Thanksgiving. And I found out that my father's widow wrote the policy.
Wow.
He was alive at the time. And I asked him, like, yo, John, what was that? And she explained to me the reasons for the policy. And I laugh about it now because it's so much like what Hollywood just went through, all this weird ambiguity. And it's like, how do you teach young adults how murky sexual contracts are? Because if you make them correctly, no one should see you make them. And as odd as it sounds, it worked. Yeah. The problem was that people on the campus there was like an astronomical amount of sexual assault accusations, and she says, like, as an administrator, by the numbers, you have to recognize that can't all of these be true, but you can't dismiss any of them. So we have to teach them what it is, and it worked. Those same numbers plummeted. So Yellow Springs, has been on the cutting edge of solving certain types of problems that Americans face all the time. This is a thinking person's town. I love doing all kinds of stuff, but man, and this is going to sound crazy, I have the most joy thinking. I told my wife years ago, I know you remember, I said, babe, if you ever see me staring off into space, don't bother me because I'm working. If
like,
you see me writing something down, I've already done the hard
I'm going to try
part.
that with Barack. Don't bother me. I'm working.
It is like that. I'll just
be like, you can blame Dave for that nigga.
My life, pretty hectic right now. And what was making it all so much harder was how spread out all of my tracking was. I had reminders in my calendar, in my email, plus, whether they're heading off to college, starting a new job, or just celebrating.
Yeah, we're going to be skipping through the commercials. Megabyte, what is it with you in all these, like, I wouldn't say they're racist, but they're racist-like. Why are you so concerned with a 50-some-year-old, very successful comedian? Why are you so obsessed with his wife? Can you explain why you keep bringing up Dave Chappelle's non-black wife? You sound like you're a little off kilter with this. You okay, man?
this is such a wonderful place. I've only been here a couple
Yellow
of days.
fever.
I went to get coffee
Okay,
this
wait, hold
morning,
it.
and I must.
Don't you live in London? There are all kinds of Asians, South Asians. Surely, London is a mecca of different types of Asians. Like I said, you seem a little off kilter. Just don't slow down on the imbibing.
The scene, 4 or 5 folks, they all said hello as if they had seen me before. Thank you for that. And but what I think our listeners and viewers want to know, what's a typical day for Dave Chappelle in Yellow Springs when you're not thinking?
Well, I was gonna say, I get up at 4 a.m. and stare off in the space.
Staring off in space.
Well, okay, this question is actually at the core of why I like it here. Because the days are predictable and they're simple. Look, the rest of a public person's life, it's like circus fodder. Not nearly what I've experienced with you today, because I can't even imagine having that many people have to be involved in every move you make. But public life is not an easy life. But for me here, like, everyone's as famous as I am here. We all kind of know each other. We all see each other every day. So, I know a lot of names. I know a lot of faces. I have people here that I love. I have people here that I love not liking. If something bad would have happened to him, I'd miss.
Not like
Man,
it.
I would love to fight with this person or ice cold shoulder this person, but it's that kind of culture, and like, I'm not that old, 50 years old, but there's a whole generation of kids that I watch go from like nothing to adults to like strong, really wise adults. It's irreplaceable. It really does remind you of the value of people. And I think most people don't, I'm lucky because I get to be celebrated for what I do. But I think most people forget how much they influence the people around them. And there's people here that I'll see and I'll know from the rumor mill that they're going through something terrible, and I'll see them smile through it and, hey, Dave, good morning. And I admire that. It reminds me to be the same. And then when I go out in the world, I can be more courageous because I know I have a place where if I completely wiped and came back here, they'd just be like, they'd all smile, good morning, Dave, even though they knew I wiped. And I'd be like, hey. And that's just why I love it here.
I mean, it's so important to kind of emphasize that point of simplicity in a time where especially young people are, they're suffocating themselves with so much stuff. I just want listeners and folks to hear this from one of the most famous men, because I know I feel that way. I know Barack feels that way, is that, we're striving for fame, for notoriety, for all the wrong things. And the truth of the matter is that life is about that small stuff. Right. It's the small connections that you make with people. It's about relationships with your neighbors and your family members. And you can't get that by holding a phone. Right. And it is so important when we look at rates of depression and anxiety that our young people are feeling. It's because they've moved away from the simple, just you told us about how, every morning you walk out of your house and you go over the red bridge and you walk down the bike path and, your neighbors and you see those rolling hills and the trees and you take in the air. It's like, hearing you, Dave Chappelle, say that is the key to your joy and your sanity is powerful.
I mean, it means everything, especially with comedians, right? Fame is one of the worst things that can happen to a comedian as an artist, because you're sequestered. Life is not. This is not my case, but it's not authentic. Your life, the yes people or whatever the cliches are, but this place does not do that. Yeah. Like, man, at times I really wish that they would. They don't though.
They just don't.
And I wouldn't trade it. And the other thing is that I do get to just talk to people, which a lot of people, the ambitious people especially, you're gonna forget how much you need to just talk to people. And I used to shadow my dad around town. And he had this thing he would do, not with everybody, with certain people. Hey, how you doing? Hey, I'm good, man. And he would look at him and be like, "Now, how are you doing?" And then then they'd say what the real thing was. But then it taught me again. Everyone's like a book that I haven't read.
Yes.
And man, sometimes I can get past the cover and man, I learned so much from so many unlikely people. So, and then of course I take those lessons around the world and make millions and millions of dollars. I'm just kidding.
It shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. Dave, you're not just one of the funniest people out here, but you were one of the smartest men that is on the public stage. Way to go, Mom. So it's no surprise that your parents are badasses.
Oh, yeah.
Especially your mom.
Mom is.
Can you talk a bit about her, your relationship with her, as you said earlier? What did you say? She championed you. You had a way to.
I said she put that battery in my back.
That's that battery in your back.
My mom I called her a greatness whisperer.
That's it. A greatness whisperer.
Yeah, she would say things that I still meditate on that made me not want to be great as much as, and this is going to sound arrogant, but it's not as arrogant as it sounds. Almost, but not quite. You made me not afraid to be great. I think so many people who have greatness inside of them are timid or don't shine as much or don't want to out-exceed anybody or don't want to be noticed because there's a target on you that comes with that. And my mom kind of put the soul in my back. Or if someone said, "Oh."
Yeah, I think that's a very important point. Every time I hear one of these Delta Novembers up on a panel talking smarty arty or, oh, you read books. Be Brave is one of those. I heard him like book schmucks, basically. I see it with my eyes. I experienced it. You can turn on YouTube and you can see the videos. That's all the evidence I need. Be Brave literally is a waste of white supremacy. Dude, you are the number of times Be Brave either says outright or insinuates, we whites run the world. Bitch, you're not one of those whites. You haven't invented shit. You haven't even worked for greatness. Okay, you haven't worked for a Fortune 500 company. You haven't been to one of those great PWIs. Dude, Be Brave and Of Air and Sea and just all kinds of motherfuckers of that ilk, they thought white skin was going to be good enough. I don't need school. I'm white. You can't hear Be Brave or Of Air and Sea or, one of those Muppets saying that Mom, I don't need to go to college. I'm white. I'll be okay. That is Be Brave in a nutshell. A total waste of pale skin.
Or else my mom would teach me and say, "Oh, or else what?" You know what I mean? Just
Oh, wait,
ask or
hold
just
it.
move or just take the step.
I'm
If
sorry.
you feel, but
Chris M, I didn't see you out there. You're one of those types as well. One of those mudsill type white boys who just said, I don't need college. I'm white.
it was very moral. Because she also gave me lessons in what humility actually is. And she gave me antidotes for self-loathing. Like I feel like people just swim in a broth of like just shame and self-loathing a lot. And
How did she do that?
how did she make me not?
What was that antidote?
Well, I mean, there's one I mentioned when I got the Twain Prize, and I said this really moved people. But something she used to say to me all the time. She said, "Sometimes you have to be a lion, so you can be the lamb that you really are." Because she saw me being timid, and she was like, "It's okay." She used to tell me not to be afraid to fight. Let your hands go. Can't win a fight without letting your hands go.
Okay, Mom. Okay.
But for real, she taught me. It's not gonna sound. I can't explain this, but she taught me how to not be afraid of getting in trouble. Yeah. Because she was my authority figure.
So you're his problem. No, I'm just kidding.
But she was a loving authority figure. And to both my parents' credit, they didn't just bombard me with rules. They helped me understand the rules had reasons. And we didn't agree.
The young people, don't we snap for this?
Yeah. The rules had reasons. I know you know about that. I see an activist in the front row. That's what I'm telling you.
But that sounds so much like our parents. Yeah. I mean, we were talking in the car about how blessed we were to have two parents who loved us, mother and a father that poured into us. But a big thing was, I talk about this all the time, our mom loved our voices, Oh, nice. I mean, she just loved our dirty draws and loved everything that came out of our mouths. And she was interested and curious. Our parents both were. And it's that pouring into us, but the humility that comes with, you don't just tell a kid no, you tell a kid why and how. And we got that every step of the way. And it's amazing how that little simple thing of seeing a child, valuing their voice, giving them some boundaries, giving them some humility, like that's better than stuff. That's better than iPhones and new cars and the best sneakers and contacts and connections. We didn't have any of that.
Right.
But we had parents who put that battery in our back.
And even if what I remember is it didn't matter how ridiculous the things we said.
Right.
What she did was she would ask questions to encourage us to get to the point we were trying to make. And that patience is what I remember and what I think gave me the confidence to be intellectual and successful that way.
And you were South Side of Chicago intellectual.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Were you ostracized for, no disrespect, but you were renowned nerds, both of you.
Well, you had to. No, you had to learn how to.
Nerds.
You had to learn how to fake the funk.
You
You
had
had to talk two languages. You had to talk the language of I got an A, but let's not talk about it because I got to get home too.
Right.
And you had to, own your intelligence. Now, my brother had basketball to help him.
So
He had
everybody
sports.
loved you because you could
Oh my
play.
God!
You
yes,
just played every
Jesus.
sport and throw out the N-word every now and then.
Yeah,
and,
it works.
That always
Show that he's
works.
hard.
Show that I'm a little hard, but don't tell my mom I said that.
You didn't have to fight because you were a baller. Everyone loves a baller.
Everybody loved ballers, but I didn't become a baller until I was about 12. So I had my share of fights before I was 12 years old.
Right.
And unlike your mom, my mom would be like, be careful fighting because you're bigger than everybody.
Oh man, my mom was like, "You better bite, nigga. You better bite."
If your mom was at my house, there would have been a couple of ass whoopings going on.
But you know what else it was about you, Mom, that I love is, okay, my mom's laugh is like music. If she, and her mom's laugh is like music. And my grandfather, her dad's laugh is like music, man. And I think that's another thing that made me want to be funny. Just hearing that music come out of them, it made me feel joyful.
At what age did you realize that? Because one of the questions I was thinking about when we were talking to you is you were smart enough and talented enough to pick a whole lot of different avenues, but you picked comedy.
So, okay, yeah. Or I don't know if I picked it. Okay, so I can't remember a time when I didn't feel like I was a funny guy, or some kind of equivalent of like, yeah, I'm just like, that was my thing, but I didn't know that was a thing. When I was 8 years old, my grandmother had a friend come visit who was a jazz singer, Johnny Hartman, the famous jazz singer, one of the only vocalists that John Coltrane has ever recorded with. Beautiful voice, smoked cigarettes, his voice sounded like velvet, so smooth. And I remember I had just done a book report on Dr. Charles Drew.
How old were you?
I was 8, and I was thinking, I was going to be a doctor. And I showed the guy the book report, and he goes, that's good. I go, I'm going to be a doctor. He goes, nah. He said, because I was cutting up all day. I was 8. He said, you're going to be a comedian.
Wow.
And I go, what's that? He said, like Red Fox or Richard Pryor. You know who that is? I'm like, yeah, well, from Sanford and Son. I don't know him like he knows him. He said, it's a person that's funny for money. He goes, you're going to be one of those. And I thought about that. I think about it every once in a while. I'll think about it because, he's long passed away, God rest his soul. But whatever he saw in me that day, he saw it so clear that it scares me to think back at it. I'm like, did I choose this or did I? But when I finally did do stand-up, to me, it feels like a lifetime. It was only 6 years, from 8 to, I was 14 when I started.
14.
Yeah. Wow. Which didn't seem crazy at the time. Yeah. Yesterday, I got a text message from a comedian I started out with. He's kind of a famous guy, Patton Oswalt. He sent me a video that one of his fans has sent him, and I couldn't understand. They were in some dilapidated room, and then he pans over and I look, and it's the stage that we had both started on.
Was it in DC?
On 14th and L Northwest is ironically, drum roll please, it's a gay club now. Yeah, but it gave me chills just to see it because it all happened so fast. I can't believe how far I came.
Something I love.
Yep, we're going to skip ahead. There we go.
Is only on Netflix May 8th.
There are a lot of creative kids in communities across the land. Being a creative, going to do show business. I mean, for most Black parents, they'd be like, "You better get you a good job. What are you talking about?"
Yes, exactly.
Right. But your mom did the exact opposite. I mean, she got you on stage. She thought about the education that you would need. Wasn't she the one that suggested that you go to one of my favorite high schools on the planet, Duke Ellington in Washington, D.C.?
Yes, she was. I think, but, not just that. She would sit with me, after school, she'd meet me. We'd go to the comedy club. We'd sit there all night. We'd eat fried food.
Would go to the comedy club
after she had been working or doing whatever it was she did that day. And And I didn't realize it at the time, but, she's a mom. She was auditing the scene. Now, I don't think she necessarily thought I was going to be a famous comedian, but at that time, the crack epidemic and everything, all the bad things I could be doing, and I expressed such this earnest interest in being a comedian. And so she shepherded me. She figured out who's trustworthy and not trustworthy. And, okay, could you come give my baby a ride home if I leave early, and that kind of thing. And then by the time I was 16, I was a professional. Like I would get gigs and make money, and I didn't need her to go as much. And then that was kind of sad because her baby was growing up. But the big one was not going to college, because I'm the first person since slavery in our family to make that choice. Like everyone's
Dave, way to break the cycle of education.
Someone needs to break this cycle of learning. But I ended up moving to New York, and honestly, maybe it was the best education a person could ever get. But the guardrails of that education was ambition, not just like really artistic ambition. I was enamored. I always looked at comedy like, what else can it do? And I still experiment with it, which is more dangerous now, but no less rewarding. This job never gets easier. It's never not fulfilling, and it's never not challenging.
So at 16, you're a professional on the road, on your own. Who were your influences? Did you have any mentors? Did you do it solely by yourself?
No. Okay, so the local scene in D.C. was popping. Like I said, Patton, who went on to be famous, he was there. A guy named Tony Woods was one of the big guys on the scene. BET had just started, and it was local in DEC. So Chris Thomas was doing all these things on BET. Tommy Davidson was on In Living Color, but he was from our local scene. Martin Lawrence was just getting big, but these were all local guys. So I wasn't on the road yet. I would get a road gig here or there, but and the principal at Ellington used to give me excused absences if I left on Friday to go on the road, because it was an artistic pursuit. And I'd catch the train up the Eastern Seaboard and get a gig here or there. But it was mostly happening in town, in Washington. And the scene was very experimental and very competitive, but there was a lot of camaraderie on that scene. New York was different, but man, DC was, I think, the perfect place to start, because I had enough room to get good.
Is there a point in a comedian's development where they determine what kind of comic they want to be? I mean, you are a gifted storyteller, weaving in life and observation and, taking us full circle. Did you have to become that? Did you know that as a kid that's how I want to make people laugh?
That's a very good question.
Thank you.
No, that's like a very good question. There are certain, people ask me, who are your favorite comedians? And it's not like that. In my mind, it's a dunk reel of just different comedians doing different things that amaze me. Some more consistently than others, but man, any night it could be just some guy who just says the thing of that night. But man, when I was in high school, and I can't remember who I saw do it first, the first time I saw a guy do what we call call back a joke, make reference to something he referenced before, I'm like, wait a minute, you do the same joke twice? And from then on, man, I'm telling you, I'm like those guys that can draw a perfect circle freehand. If I went on stage with no material, I would just know what to do. But I've been doing this so long, comedy it's almost like a language that I know how to speak. I can say anything in this language, but there are real parameters, and it's like music. You also want to break out of those parameters, like a bebop guy. Like I don't want to play the same stuff everybody plays. But that being said, man, in my life, man, I've seen some of the greatest comedy ever done, and I feel so lucky to have seen all of it. But what made me want to be what I'm like It's a long story. Can I tell it?
Please.
This is your interview, Dave Chappelle. Please take your time.
I
Tell
have
us
so
slowly.
many questions. It feels dumb talking about myself around y'all, but I'll try. Okay, the single most impactful thing that I've ever seen. I was maybe 19 years old. I opened for Richard Pryor at Newark Symphony Hall, and I got there early, and I met Mr. Pryor before the show, and I could see, like I was eyeballing him, that he wasn't feeling well. Now by this time, everyone knew he had MS and all that. I just don't know what MS does to people, but I knew that whatever it does, it was doing it. And so I say to myself, you know what? Like, I want to do good, but let me just take it easy because it's like a legend. So I just did the housekeeping job. I got the crowd good and warm, and they didn't want to see me anyway. They wanted to see him. And then I go and I get off the stage. He had the intro where his man goes,
Lou, good to see you, man. How you doing? Hey, of Aaron C., I'm not sure I understand step where. Just let me know. Can you elaborate, I guess? Good to see you, Clue. By the way, everybody, the link is somewhere in the chat. It drops every now and again. So feel free to come up. You know, it doesn't have to be a solo act. Everyone, make sure you hit the like button, by the way. And if you're new to the show, subscribe to it. Who knows? You might actually like it. And support the show by supporting the host.
ladies and gentlemen, the most two beautiful words in comedy, Richard Pryor. Man, crowd goes nuts. And he goes out there, and you could tell early on that this was not his night. And maybe 30 minutes into his set, he stops, and it's something I wouldn't even.
Aaron C., I wouldn't say enjoy. I would say it was fascinating. It was definitely, I have to say, it was a different sort of way. You know, given that somehow or another John Galt is banned on the panel, but he wound up, you know, kind of on the panel by default with people talking about him. And he was in the chat. I wouldn't say appreciate as much as was fascinated by it. I don't get the John Galt cult. Why people, like, he's not the only landlord on earth. And you know, I've always found John Galt, and I've told him this, you know, I've known John for a while, and of course I was, you know, with his outfit for a year or more. I find John Galt pretty much borderline, what's the word? Not abusive, but exploitative, almost in a colonizer kind of way. He, you know, everybody, it's almost like, if you're real familiar with the history of colonialism, where you would have missionaries going into, you know, quote, deepest, darkest Africa or west of the Alleghenies in pre-America, bringing Christianity to the savages. You know, part of Western colonialism was kind of the sanctimony. You know, we're doing this, the white man's burden, I guess, you know, that Rudyard Kipling thing. People see John Galt as some sort of civilizing the bottom feeding blacks. I find it totally weird given my background. You know, John Galt didn't grow up in Southeast DC. So he is literally a colonizer making money off people and then making more money off of it by showing the decrepitude on YouTube and, making money from that. So I wouldn't say that I admire John Galt. I would never want to be like John Galt, especially if you believe in a heaven or hell. And I'm not particularly religious, but I don't see John Galt as any sort of saint. I see him as damaged goods. I see him as almost like a broken man. He's 50. Uh, I don't know that. Does he still even have contact with his kids? He's got baby mamas who don't live anywhere near him anymore. I kind of see John Galt as kind of sad, to be honest.
No, you could do. He looks at the crowd and he goes, look, he goes, I want to do this for you guys, but he goes, I'm not feeling well. He said, I'm sorry. He goes, I don't got it in me tonight. I'm sorry. Just like that. And man, you could hear like a pin drop. And then this guy in the back of the room jumps to his feet like that. He jumps up. He goes, we love you, Richard. And the place exploded. Longest, loudest ovation. Like, man, it went on.
Okay, and Chris M, let me congratulate you on your fucking low IQ ghetto mentality. You'll never convince me, Chris, that you're not black. Okay, I literally wasn't talking about John Galt's kids. I'm talking about his fatherhood of them kids. Okay, he is hard to be a father when your kids don't even live anywhere near you. I'm not talking about the kids. I'm talking about John Galt. Chris M, you must be black, because the only people I ever hear, if you mention children, all of a sudden you're talking about the children. That's that ghetto thug mentality, Chris M. Thank you for finally revealing yourself. You're just a hood motherfucker. So, as a matter of fact, Chris M, that's CM, right? You're CM, correct?
On, and he stood there, and then, okay, I'm young, right? But then I realized what I'm looking at, that this is his last show for them. They probably will never see him live again. And people were crying and wiping tears out their eyes, and he looked a little emotional. And to me, it was the first time I had seen like actual love, like bouncing off the walls. Like, man, they love this person. And if I had never seen that, I wouldn't even know that's something to want, because no one has it like Richard like that. And when I saw that, more than any type of style, I'm like, man, I want to be like that. And that notion made me work, I think, more patiently than I would have. But that was the moment I knew that fame was one of the things I wanted. But whatever the hell that thing Richard had, that moment.
So then what does it feel like when it doesn't work?
Now it does. Now, man, okay, this is a good question. You mean like if I do a show and it doesn't go well?
That, and when the love doesn't come and the opposite comes.
Oh, okay. Well, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It could be both and.
Yeah, maybe it's more like, in my experience, it was both, because I was doing jokes that some people thought were controversial and some people didn't. But that experience, from my perspective.
Apparently, Dave had an experience on Good Morning America. He and George Stephanopoulos had a little bit of an encounter. And from what I heard, and it was just a review on another YouTube show, Dave just basically, outclassed George Stephanopoulos. if I think about it, maybe I'll find it for tomorrow's show and figure out if it can be reviewed without some sort of copyright issue. But yeah, Dave's the man.
Perspective is much different than what it must have been like watching it. Because, listen, people would think it's me versus the gay community. I never looked at it like that. I always thought it was corporate interest and culture negotiating itself. So, most of those people who were critical of what I was doing didn't seem like they were of it. It's like they had their faces pressed against the glass, commenting on what we were doing in there, but they weren't in there doing it. And like I think I spoke to you about this earlier. Every opinion you can think of is represented in a comedy club. Every type of person you can imagine does stand-up comedy, transgender stand-up comics, black, white, Asian, every kind of perspective. And we all champion whatever opinion we champion. We would never think to silence one another. We might duke it out on the stage in the sense of like, if someone says something racist and I get mad, I'll be like, yo, put me up next. Because I want to say something about what they said. But silencing that person wouldn't be anything. And then after the show, we all be upstairs drinking. And we might still talk about it or argue about it. But that's our life. And we're artists, and that's what we do, and we have this outlet. So for a media outlet to speculate on a comedy show that they weren't at or misinterpret a joke or nothing makes a comedian madder than reading his joke wrong in the paper. And reading a joke is nothing like hearing one or being one. And the intention of a comedy show is a very unique intention. We are playing with whatever the culture is made of, and we break it down and we get it right or we get it wrong. But in all art, if it's going to be good or even hopefully great, you got to have a margin of error. And what they were doing was acting like thought or speech was binary. Like there's everything's either this or that, but all art is in between that. It's all nuance. So when they take nuance out of words and just like, did you hear what
Well, Mike, this is actually a very good comment. Mike123 says nobody worries about Stanley or his or her feelings. Mike, absolutely. People should not care about my feelings. They should care about consequences of coming up on my panel and being an asshole, though. You don't have to worry about my feelings. You have to worry about consequences for your actions. What's up, Mike?
Yeah, I came up. I want you to tell me this shit. What you got to say it?
I'm sorry, say what?
Whatever the fuck you just said. I missed half of it.
No, I'm saying I think you're absolutely correct about nobody should be worried about my feelings. Absolutely. It's not people's job to worry about my feelings. What you need to worry about on my panel is the consequences of your actions. If you come up here being an asshole, I'm going to treat you like an asshole.
Well, your trigger.
Okay. What I need you to understand,
let me respond to the
you need to worry about. You need to worry about your feelings, and you need to worry about your actions. Don't worry about me.
Hey, we got that. That's why I made the statement.
I'm going to take care of me, and I'm going to take care of my panel and my show.
You got to do what you got to do, pimp it.
Absolutely. Shit. And by now, I'm going to do what I got to do.
And I don't give a fuck, Stanley. I don't give a fuck.
Hey, you don't have to give a fuck. I'm not asking you to.
Yeah,
As a matter of fact, I hope you don't give a fuck. That makes it even funnier.
Listen, I really came up here to before you started talking the nonsense like you normally do. I really came up here to shout out to Donald Trump, shout out to Mr. Galt. Keep doing your thing. You always got haters, and you built Stanley, and we get it. The real ones get it.
Well, you know,
Well,
I
shut
keep
up and let me
telling.
finish, OG.
No, it doesn't work like that. I'm talking. On I don't know why people keep thinking that I hate John Galt. I was in CT's panel earlier. I'm sorry, on CT's in CT's chat earlier today, and John Galt was in the chat, and he and I, you know, I had a couple questions about, you know, landlording in DC. Perfectly cordial. Honestly, I don't hate. I I can't think of anyone I've ever hated. And the main reason being is, especially on YouTube, if I've never shaken your hand or, you know, interacted with you personally, it's hard for me
Well,
to
can
hate.
I ask you a question real
Okay,
quick?
I'm talking.
I had a
It's
question.
hard. It's
Yeah, it's a
hard for
conversation,
someone
ain't it?
like me. You can ask a question when I'm done talking. It's hard for someone like me to hate in abstract. I can't hate a person I've never like actually met or looked in the eye. I don't work that way. So no, I don't hate John Galt. I think some of his views are hateful. So go ahead. What's your question?
Well, I'm gonna ask a question and then I'm gonna make a statement. So the question, why do you choose to speak on them? I don't understand that.
Sorry,
And
why do I choose what?
why do you choose to continually speak on John Galt? I don't understand that.
Because I think he's a problem, especially in the YouTube streets.
So you follow your problems. See, that's why you haven't moved
No,
ahead.
I try and solve problems.
Well, you're not doing that. You're following
I
them, and you
literally
want to. Well,
think.
shut up. Can you ask me to
Oh
speak?
no, you don't ever tell me to shut up on my panel. You should know
I
this by now.
apologize,
Okay.
but you asked me
What
to
I'm
speak.
trying to say, I'm trying to actually answer your question. I think that John Galt and the anti-black blacks, and John Galt is by no means the only one. I think they are a cultural problem. I think black people who hate black people without even studying black people. John
Well,
Galt doesn't
he
know.
never said
Okay,
he
I'm
hated black
talking.
people.
I'm not
He
done
never
yet.
said that.
I am not done yet. I'll let you know when I'm done. John Galt doesn't understand black culture because he thinks we're all alike. Just the way he talks about black people, like all the black people in America are like the black people he interacts with or his tenants. That alone tells me that John Galt doesn't know much. He's either actually stupid or he's intentionally stupid, and I've never been able to figure out which is which. Now you go.
Well, Stanley, I gotta disagree it because you act like these people come. You act like these people come. You act like John out here going to searching for these people, and these people are going to him, and he's just showing that.
Okay, which people are going to him?
Well, you know the low class people.
Right, and I
And he's not out there
understand your
searching
point.
for him, and he has
I
properties,
understand
and
your
these
point.
people going. He put out an ad like anybody do to rent a house.
So
Why do
he's
you hate
literally
him?
putting out ads to attract these people. If he's putting out ads, that's intentional.
Well, Walmart does put out ads for food, don't it?
Okay, God damn it. That who cares about Walmart?
It's the same thing.
You
You're
need
selling
to
your
get the
product.
point.
You're
Okay,
selling your product.
Mike, I'm not going to sit here trying to teach you how to think logically. Okay, my point is that if John Galt is actively seeking these people by putting out ads, they're not just going to him, he is attracting them.
That don't even make sense because that's just like
Okay,
you put out
bitch, if you put a goddamn ad out somewhere, you're attracting people. That's why you pay for advertising.
Okay, so even if what makes it wrong, I don't.
Oh, I didn't say it was wrong. I'm saying people aren't just finding John Galt by accident.
Well, no, it don't have to be accident, purpose.
Okay,
He's selling the
son,
product.
I just took your
You
point
just hating that,
and
you know,
proved
at
you
this point.
wrong. Your premise was people just naturally find John Galt. If he's advertising, they're not just naturally finding John Galt, he's attracting them. Now let's move on.
Well, no, we're not gonna move on that quick. But
Yes, we're going to move on
in
because I've
reference to what
proven
you
your
just said, let me
point.
have that, then we can move on.
Point. I've exploded it.
Well, no, well, I don't think you did. I think you're a hater.
Well,
And
you don't. Apparently, thinking is not one of your fortes.
well, call it how you see it. You know, I can't argue with it if that's how you see it. But either way, stop being a hater and a sissy.
I
You're too
literally
old for
told
that.
you I don't hate people I've never met.
Well, apparently, you do, because you know the definition of a hater, at least in my, where I'm from. Definition of a hater, you mad because you can't do it. Mad because you can't do it. You
I'm
gonna do
sorry, what?
anything you can. You gonna do anything you can to ruin somebody else because you can't do it. You mad because you can't do it. That's a hater. You a hater.
Okay, I have no idea where this is going. How did
Well, it
it
ain't going
become
nowhere
about?
now. It's
How
just
did
heard I
this
said
become
it.
about me?
Well, because you spoke on. Why can't it be about you? You speak on everybody else.
Yeah, okay. Well, we're getting off kilter
You
here.
speak on everybody else. Why can't it be about you? But I
Because
shut the hell
you're
up and drop on down and let you continue your show. I just had to come up and say those few
all right.
things.
Well, it's good talking to you.
All right, well, shut up. I wasn't done yet. God
Oh, I
damn.
thought you said you would drop on down.
When I'm finished speaking, it ain't gonna take long for me to land the plane. But at some point, Stanley, you gotta grow up, OG. You gotta grow up. 60 years and you're still talking like you talk. You're not teaching nobody nothing. You're not teaching nobody nothing. Well, at least I don't think you did. But that's neither here nor there. But I'm gonna go ahead and drop on off and probably fire up me a show here in about an hour and a half.
Okay. Well, good luck with the show.
He said, it's like, yeah, but that's not what I was saying. So
We talked about, the first time I realized, oh my gosh, I'm in politics. Was, my husband's running for president. I was campaigning heavily for him, but my experiences campaigning were in communities like this. It started small and then it grew from there. And all my conversations would be like this, extemporaneous, talking to a group, introducing myself, telling a joke, trying to humanize myself and my husband, introducing us as real people, but not on script. And there's a difference in how you would see the crowd respond right here. We're all in the room together. Maybe the words wouldn't be exact, but we would all be able to feel it. And that feeling wouldn't just be a small group. It could expand into a stadium, an arena. The people there could feel the intent. But then I realized, it's not about the people here. It's about the people with their faces pressed against the wall, interpreting what I said without being there.
Right. Or even more insidious, trying to bend what you say to make it more interesting or salacious or because they have a different, I don't know. I don't know why they do all the stuff they do, but I do know in recent years, it's, you'll hear a lot of comedians complain about that. And what they'll say is, we can't say anything. That's not true. Mm-hmm. You can say anything that you can get away with.
Right.
And that's the skill. you know, the negotiation with the audience of what's acceptable is what makes the genre so interesting. And it could change from room to room, night to night. Like every room's a little different.
Well, you said younger comedians are a little bit different because they're not, their audience isn't in their room.
No, they're internet people.
They're internet people. And, you know, it goes back to, you know, the whole point of community. You know, it's like sharing a space with people is really important to connection and understanding. And it's no wonder why we feel so divided, is because all of our interaction is happening without this heart-to-heart feeling, this even seeing somebody's face nod and, oh, you get it, or maybe you don't. We're losing that. And you said young comedians nowadays have a different ethos because
a lot of
they're
them
not in the
skew
room.
negative too.
Yeah,
because that gets more engagement. If they talk bad about somebody, they'll get more clicks and more engagement. So everything's a diss record now, and it used to be. It's not like that.
Can we talk about the Chappelle Show?
Hey, diss record. That's kind of like my show on a Saturday. It's one big diss.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, really.
I just when I think about you doing that show, I think about how much fun it must have been just sitting around with your friends and your boys thinking up ideas to be on the Chappelle Show.
Man, that's the truth. I had one guy that I primarily wrote the show with, Neil Brennan, and we're still friends. But one of the things we would do is we would take submissions. We'd always rewrite the submissions, but the guy would give us an idea, like, oh, that's funny, we'll write it up. And if we used it, we pay him. But it was
if I had
also
known that was the thing, I would have been submitting some stuff.
Man, it was fun because it was my first time being corporately funny, and it got me ready for the next time because it was always a negotiation with the network. But I liked, in hindsight, because we had pitched that show to HBO, and boy, they turned it down in spectacular fashion because at that time they had the Chris Rock show and they felt like they were invincible. Man, but we went on Comedy Central and shot lights out. And I think the show was better on Comedy Central because there was an era of you shouldn't be able to say these things. Mm-hmm. HBO looked like you just do anything anyway. But on Comedy Central, that dance around standards and practices was joyful. And shout out to South Park. Because I remember one time I did a Tyrone Bigum's a character I play on the show who had an addiction problem. Well, there's no nice way to say it, Craig. He takes a shit in the alley.
Yeah.
And the Renee, the standards and practices lady, calls me upstairs and she's like, look, you can't have Tyrone take a shit in the alley. And it was gross too, because we took like a baby Ruth bar and like melted it. And then we just dropped it in the frame. It was really gross. And I was
really funny. Really funny.
She goes, you can't do that. You can't do that. And I go, I don't know. I go, how about this, Renee? What if I put a Christmas hat on it and make it sing a Christmas carol? And then she goes, okay. So we got away with a lot of stuff because South Park pushed boundaries and people got away with stuff because we pushed boundaries. But it was all about just kind of, making room for everything. And to their credit, especially at that time, television was governed the opposite of the internet. It was called least objectionable programming. How do we make sure everybody likes everything everyone says? And that's obviously impossible. But they were brave in the sense that they would let us challenge a lot of convention. Chappelle Show was fun. Charlie Murphy.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
Really? May he rest in peace.
Yeah.
I used to see Charlie Murphy in Hollywood at parties, I shouldn't say this, but one night, I'm sorry, Mom, I was high on mushrooms, and I went to some place.
He's okay now, though.
Yeah, and I'm fine. I'm fine. But I say that to say, if you were high on mushrooms and ran into a personality as intense as Charlie Murphy, it's like daunting. He talks to his teeth and hey, what's going on, man? And he's real gangster and he got that growl. But man, this one night I ran into him and the whole night just became about watching this guy, Charlie Murphy. Now, I didn't know in the near future we would work together in such an intimate capacity, but that night I could see something great about him. And he would always talk about Eddie, but he always go, my brother, this man. And if anyone said anything bad about Eddie at any point in his life, he'd smack the shit out of him. He loved his brother so much. And but what I learned that night, because he was always a villain in movies, he was hilarious. He was like a artful storyteller. Yeah. All his stories had all this texture. And then one day on the set, we were doing some sketch, and Charlie is telling us all these stories about coming with Eddie. And in the middle of lunch, he goes, someone said something about Rick James. And he said, man, I fought Rick James on 5 different occasions. And we were like, what? And man, he started telling us all the times in every story he beat up Rick James and all this. And man, we were dying laughing. And we pull him aside and like, man, can we do that on the show? He's like, wait, you want me to beat up Rick James on the show? I'm like, not really. Like, and we just had him tell the stories and we dramatized them. Now, now you think, and as we're shooting it, like, yo, this is like, because we were on set dying laughing. And then here's the kicker. Then we're on the set and Charlie goes, I bet you I can get Rick to come for this. And he did. He did. We ended up doing one sketch for Rick James and then another sketch about Prince.
Yes.
And I asked Prince to do the sketch and he was like, no. But then when he saw it, he said he wished he had. And by all accounts, like by his own account, he loved that sketch. So it's just one of those things where it's like, and the other thing about that Rick James sketch, last thing about it, is Charlie made us show it to Eddie first. So I'd never been to Eddie Murphy's house, but when we go, it was with his brother, and Eddie has this big screening room downstairs, and he's sitting in like a big armchair with his back to us, and no one's seen the sketch, so there's no laugh track on it. Chappelle Show had a real laugh track, and man, he didn't laugh once. And the sketch was like 10 minutes long, and man, I'm sitting behind with a pit in my stomach, and then the sketch goes off, and he doesn't even turn around, but from behind him, I see him raise his arms like this.
Oh, yeah.
And then he turns around and goes, it was a red couch and Rick had on Capezios. That's what he said. And he gave us the green light and he let us do it. And to me, it's one of the greatest sketches ever.
It sure is. Show. I mean, I think I watch that once a month. At least once a month.
Well, being from Chicago, the Players Ball is lights out and so accurate.
You know what's funny? When people ask me to me, that was my favorite day of shooting.
Really?
I laughed more on that. Not necessarily my favorite sketch, but those characters are the ones I revisit the most. And it's not as fun to do without Charlie, but it's still fun to do. Mm-hmm. And man, that was like Patrice O'Neal, who was a great comedian. He and I used to like hate each other because he's an asshole, man. and I wouldn't say it because he's dead, but he and Kevin Hart and everyone get mad when I say that because they love Patrice so much. And I love him. I got there. But at that time I was the guy to beat, and Patrice was new in town, so he was like before the internet, he was a perfect troll. And there's a few people I've met in my life that just knew how to push my buttons. And man, Patrice could play me like a keyboard. He just knew how to make me mad. And then one day I snapped, and when I finally yelled at him about it, he was like, Dave. He goes, Dave, think about it, man. Think about it. I talk to everybody this way. And I'm like, that's true. And then I started laughing.
Like, get over yourself.
Yeah, he was that guy. And then that same week, I'm like, we wrote the sketch, and I'm like, yo, let's call Patrice. And he was great. And one of the things that made me love him for doing the sketch is that when he showed up, he was nervous, which was a huge honor that he cared as much as I cared. And man, we were good. Up until the day he died, we were good.
And are you guys, and when I say guys, men and women comedians, how do you train yourselves to be such good actors?
Well, I don't know if everyone can do it. I'm not gonna say any names, but I think for me it was definitely Ellington.
Okay.
There's a vulnerability that an actor has to have that I don't know that comedians are necessarily vulnerable the same way. And we're at the mercy of a script, unless you're working on something flexible, you got to service the writer's words. But acting is an amazing skill. Now this has nothing to do with me, but the fact that it's one of my favorite performances I've ever seen. And I think I told you about this. I saw you once in Martinsville. Denzel Washington in Training Day is like watching the most technically perfect. It's like everything I learned in school, he executes perfect. Like if you know what you're looking at, it's amazing. And in the Academy Museum in LA, they have his script with the marked up margins, and I saw it, and it just reminded me of how much work this guy puts into acting and how serious he is. And I don't think a lot of comedians would be that serious. But Richard Pryor was a great actor because he was vulnerable. Cat Williams is a guy, every time I see him act, I'm like, man, he should do that more because he's great at it, surprisingly great at it. And he never studied a day in his life. I don't know how he knows how to do that. I went to school. I read books and I can do it but some people can, it's like music. Some people can just play. I don't know how.
Do you feel like you tap into that vulnerability?
Well, I do. I think I'm more vulnerable on stage than most comedians. I'll say anything when people feel like they can't say anything. Which is a vulnerable position to put myself in. But some jokes, it's like I just want to see if it works. I don't want to not try. And I think that I've over the years cultivated an audience that's more forgiving than most people's, than a casual comedy observer would be. These people, I think, almost come to experience the danger because the audience is also vulnerable. If you're taking it out of bounds. I don't know.
So there's much talk about you walking away from the show. It's been discussed, but I find it, I was reading something where you said, you just went out the country for a week or so.
I was just gone for 2 weeks.
It's just like, what do you think it was about that time that made people lose their minds over you making a decision that was preserving yourself?
I think at that time it was the idea that the money, comedians weren't getting $50 million checks that I had heard of. I think it was the money, and that at that time the show was wildly popular, and it was all of a sudden it was just gone. And I got to tell you the truth. When I quit, I thought, maybe I'll go back, but it took some time for me to realize, I'm never going back. Maybe like a year. And then I thought my career was over. I believed that for a few more years. So I went through the whole process of mourning the narrative that I had in my head of being a big star. And at that time, I was just back in Yellow Springs. Yellow Springs is welcome back, superstar. I was like, oh, man. But
it's like, no, how are you really, Dave?
Yo! Perfect Coleman. Took me, I don't know, what do you think, Lane? Maybe 4 years to get over it. But man, imagine how liberating that is to believe that it's over. And I got over it. And then I just went back to work. I still needed money. And I could still fill rooms up because people liked the show. And like I started back in comedy clubs. And then I did this big tour. And the tour was tough for me because the show was like, it's a festival thing. It was like a 5-hour show that I'd have to close. It was tough, but it got me back out there. And then when I left that big festival thing and just did my own thing, I was just in the pocket again. Mm-hmm. And then like a few years after that, someone would call me and be like, congratulations. What? You just got tour of the year. I'm like, I did? I would never even pay attention. And one time somebody called me and said, congratulations. I was like, for what? They're like, you just made Forbes list. And I was like, what? And I looked and because I don't just count the money as it comes in. And I looked and said, like, Dave Chappelle made, I don't know what it was that year. I'd made $8 million. I'm like, oh. Now I looked at, I said, well, who? I was 10th in the top 10. And then I looked at the other 9 names and I'm like, I should come back.
It's like I think I can do this now.
Yeah, thing like that.
I wish Elaine was mic'd up now because I want to be like, what was he like during that period? Were you staring off into space and telling them, don't talk to me?
No.
What were you like then? Because Elaine.
Hey, Candy Cane, you can tell I'm getting into weekend mode. you can hear the I don't know, the evil creeping into my comments and my own chat. I'm starting to mock the random weird comment. So yeah, I'm gonna struggle to be nice. But it's gonna be hard with the Clue Studios of the world. Just kidding, Clue. You're good.
Does not have a mic.
She was the person that really helped me get over myself.
Let's give a round of applause to Elaine. Girl.
And I gotta tell you, especially if you
nice
want
move, by the way.
Yeah, you know what it is, Craig. You know what it is. but you know, I think of that.
Hey, girl. That sounds like Beaver Cleaver in puberty. It's like Beaver Cleaver in 10th grade trying to be cool. Hey, you girl.
Time maybe I did, you almost have to fight the urge to feel sorry for yourself if you're mourning your career. And she's not that kind of person. She just always keeps it moving. Almost, it's like too much sometimes. Like, will you slow down? She just, and our kids were young. And so she was just like, come on, man, get over that. Now, I got to tell you, a friend of mine that was famous passed away recently. And one of the things that he said as he was dying, and man, he knew he was dying. He said, I'll never forget this. He said, man, he said, I took myself too seriously. And man, that really resonated with me because that's such an easy trap to fall for. And nobody sets that trap for you better than yourself. So it's good to have somebody that, not to say she didn't let me mourn my career, but she also helped remind me that my life is about more than myself. And for someone that's like, your wife, ideally, the best of times she's at your shoulder. And for someone at your shoulder to remind you of that. And it's like, and then I had to think about it like, well, I guess technically she lost the money too.
I bet she knew what number you were on the Forbes list.
Yeah.
She's like, 8 million? Okay, check. No.
And you know what? We also always had what we needed. I never really worried about money. Now, what happens is when a guy gets famous, they upgrade everything. That's when they get a new wife and a new house and a new this and a new that. Man, we everything the same. Which allowed us to do stuff like this when we did get money. It's like, why upgrade our house when we can upgrade the town we're living in?
Yeah, Clue, when you say Stanley Cross you will be, for some reason or another, Christy Lane, the country, she was like Christian rock before Christian rock was a thing. And you used to see her like on late night TV where they used to do all those best of albums. And she had a song, or has a song, I guess it's still around, called One Day at a Time, Sweet Jesus. Yeah, one day at a time, sweet Jesus. I'll be popular. But I also thought I've only been porn bombed once since I've been away from the John Galt outfit. And it was Noel. And it was so funny because I can't even figure out, she's kind of, well, Noel. People who know Noel, they wouldn't be surprised. But it was so funny. She was up on the panel talking to Chocolate Earth, of all people. And I guess she wasn't getting enough attention or something. So she pulls up her t-shirt and exposes a breast. Now, if you know Noel, I literally, I saw it and I'm like, wait, did you just porn bomb me? So, I have a protocol where I get everybody, into a small enough icon that, whatever's going on can't be recognized and beyond or behind this little chat thing in the corner. So you can't really see any of the avatars or anything like that. So I went back and just edited out. It was like 20 seconds that I had to go and edit out. So I didn't even I didn't delete the stream or anything. It was real brief and I edited it. But what surprised me is I was the only one who noticed. No one else. There were no calls. There were no complaints that I know of. It was like the porn bombing that never really was porn bombing. Because, she is not bodacious, to use a word. So I can't even get a real porn bombing. The best I got was Noel. And, bless her little heart, it was uneventful. So one day I'll be popular enough to get a real porn bomber.
You said something really lovely about Elaine, because Elaine, you grew up you were a New Yorker. You're not from Yellow Springs. This was new, but I asked you how she felt about moving here, and why you chose here. Can you talk a bit about? Do you remember that conversation, Dave?
Yeah, I said something to the effect of, and it's true. At that time, my idea was we should build a lifestyle that I can feel more secure in maintaining, so that I can, be courageous. And she's from Brooklyn. She didn't have any friends out here like that or any of that stuff. And we moved down here. And at first it was just me and her and our kids. And I'm sure that's tough, giving up your social life. And New York City in and of itself, if you live in New York, it's hard to live. I mean, I'm from here, and it was hard to come back here after living in New York. But she did it, man. She learned her way around. She found everything that she wanted. And eventually, as the years went on, she made her life here. We have, she has friends and I have friends, but, she was a pioneer. And even now, I'm more inside, and you know, a lot of people in the community don't reach out to me directly. They go through her because
Ooh,
she's
a lot of head shaking here. We're like,
Yeah.
Dave, you can't count on Dave for nothing.
no, you can't. but she's outside, and you know, she's a very kind person, but she's also she can hold a line because everybody asks us for everything, and you know, it's part of being in a community. Everyone's like that, but she's been amazing at helping me do all of the things we've been doing in the community, and you know, having a relationship with the community. Yeah. When I go travel, she's the one that tells me what's going on in town.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you're a father of 3.
Oh yeah.
What's Dave the father like?
Who can we get the mic to?
You know, if my kids were vegetables, they'd be organically grown. I don't.
That's got a big definition in the organic community.
Okay, well, meaning number one is with the soil, which would be Yellow Springs. This is a place where they can independently learn to be courageous, and like I learned before them, no offense again, to not be afraid of white people. Yeah. My kids are unlike me. They're mixed race, right? Their mom is Asian, their dad is black. But their generation, I don't think, thinks of anything like that. In a town like Yellow Springs, a young person can use their time more the way they want to because there's not so many immediate dangers. And it is a community. If my kids are messing up, somebody in town tells me, hey, I saw your kid doing this or that. Correct. But, you know, my parents weren't like heavy on rules. In fact, looking back, and I hope this doesn't upset you, Mom, I looked at my parents as reference books. You get the most out of them if you're interested. My mother has amazing stories about her life. My father, you tell me amazing stories about his life, but they also gave me a weird context about my life. They didn't police me as much as they guided me or horse whistled me. I would think it was my idea, but it was them. And I think a parent in a similar style. I'm the invisible hand dad. You know, I'm there, and you know, I think my oldest son has figured it out. Like everything, he figures everything out first. But I think uses the resource of me as like a wiser person than him the most. He's the one that calls me just to chew on something. I'm trying to figure something out. What do you think of this? What do you think of that? I don't know, but we're all happy. We laugh together. All you know.
What have you learned about yourself?
Being a parent.
Yeah.
That's a great question.
Another one.
Yeah, man. It's like
I think I'm keeping count. That was 3.
Yeah. No, that is, and I don't mean that in the Meet the Press. Thank you for your question, Scott. Right. What have I learned about myself? Probably that I'm more courageous than I believe myself to be. And also being a parent, you gotta, again, like Elaine, you gotta forgive yourself or get over yourself. Mm-hmm. And I think that being a parent for anybody is very humbling. But if you have all the money in the world, it doesn't make you a good parent. You know, like in the beginning, I think.
Clue, I think that, look, who doesn't get mocked over on CT's panel? The only people who don't get mocked are, I mean, even CT from time to time gets ridiculed. So, you know, I think that people over on CT's channel, his audience will find a reason, even if you're the most normal of regular Joes. So I don't think that he did anything particularly unethical other than treat them kind of like some semblance of normal. I don't think, I mean, compared, when you say, was it ethical compared to what on CT's show? I mean, I argue almost everything, especially that racism part, that racist, that anti-black racist, but I see it, there's anti-Semitism over there. There's all kinds of aberrant, questionable, cringy behavior. So I don't think I think ethics gets thrown out the window over on places on shows like CT's or Bob's or Angry Man. John Galt especially. Ethics, schmethics when it comes to those types of shows.
I got to provide for my family and all that stuff, but I've realized my time was way more valuable than I ever understood when I had 3 people that needed it. You know what I mean? So maybe that, and I learned that. I learned that I'm a happier person than I thought. And really, COVID was when I really learned that because we were all like trapped in our choices.
Yes.
And I remember one point just being in the house like, this is not that bad. Like I like these people. Everyone's comfortable. It was safe, and I could walk around town, and we all be going through COVID together. And I recognized everybody, and then all those choices that I made, like moving to Ohio and stuff that people laughed at me about. Now I felt vindicated about each and every one of them because the world shut down, and just for a minute, I'm absolutely right, and it felt great.
Do your kids find your humor engage? Do they think you're funny?
You're funny.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Maybe not around the house, but like I remember when they were kids, we talking about Tyrone Biggums earlier, and that was the first time they were in the back seat, like cracking up laughing, watching something on iPads. What y'all laughing at? And it was that Tyrone Biggums sketch. and I was thinking in my mind, I told you that poop was funny. It spanned generations.
Renee,
told you that shit joke would work. Yeah, I don't know. It is humbling having kids. And I see time on them, as they grow and become, and it is just like, whew, it's so precious.
Mm-hmm. Isn't it fun watching them become people?
Yeah,
right
it is.
before your very eyes.
And scary.
Yeah. Oh my God, the most terrifying thing. So I tell people, it makes sense not to have kids.
Yeah.
Absolute, complete emotional sense. Don't do it.
Yeah, that's right. And it's funny. I think now with AI and all these things, I don't know what you would tell a kid about how to prepare for the next 10 years. Like what kind of jobs there will be or how those jobs will be done. What does a lawyer do in the AI age or any of us? And I think, I don't know. It's interesting, but I'm amazed at how sophisticated the kids' minds are. That they can sift through an avalanche of information, and they can say, "I'll send them videos and be like, Dad, that's not real. It's AI." I'm like, sorry.
I'm getting that a lot. I am so foolish. I believe all this stuff. It's a shame.
I am the worst.
But it's also a reminder of why we have to train them up and move out of the way. I mean, it's the organic parenting piece of it. We've got to trust that they have to find the courage now to figure it out. It's not our courage anymore. We can't supplant our courage for theirs.
Well, I've actually said this before. Occasionally in the past, someone has said, well, oh, Stanley, aren't you worried that, my son will run into this or run into that? And my response is, I trust my training. Now, I have the normal parental self-doubts. I've had a sleepless night or two. But, at least up until, he's 20, he's really never given me that much cause for concern. I trust my parenting. And, after his mother died, you know I kind of bordered on helicopter parenting sometimes, and tried to not do it. But if you have put time and effort into getting your kids to a point to where they actually, it's on them to be successful, you've got to trust your parenting. And that's pretty much my take on it. Got to trust them. Cannot stand in their way, because at a certain point in time, you're actually stunting them.
In these times are going to be, that's going to play itself out. I mean, we're moving into something that we don't understand. We don't know AI. We can't figure it out. And then it may seem scary now, but we have to have faith that they will figure this out and be able to tap into the values that we've instilled in them in communities like this, that they'll remember humility and boundaries and love and trust and all of that. That compassion has to go into whatever the solution is.
That's right. Yeah, with in the last, a big part of their lifetime, my kids, maybe my daughter's entire lifetime. I was trying to explain to somebody, I'm like, my daughter's 16, so Donald Trump is like the first white president she's ever seen.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I know, right?
And my baby's like, oh, no, they're not good at it, Daddy.
It's a hard job. It's a hard job. Trying to tell the people.
It's a hard
job.
It looks hard from the outside. Yeah. But to that end, just so I make sure I say this, your family was so incredibly graceful. This is a long way to go, but you know what reminded me of seeing you guys is that black dude on that Artemis ship. You remind me of that. You experienced something. You're like in a social space program, and it's so sequestered, and you see all these amazing things, and come back and you share all that information. But whatever you had to go through to get in that spacecraft and to pilot through all of that. As I go on in public life and see more, I have a greater appreciation of what I saw during the presidency. And you use the word I always think of. You in particular, I believe, did more to humanize what a presidency is than maybe anybody ever. That you're the first person that I feel like I could know that's been in that space and survived it and came out as gracefully as you went in. So I really, really, really appreciate you and your family and your presence.
Well, I wanted to ask.
Go ahead. You ask and then I'll go.
What do you think? How do you feel about where we are now in society? Just some Dave Chappelle thoughts about.
And while you're thinking, please know that your voice means a lot to a lot of people our age and younger, because, I've got 4 kids and they range from 34 now down to 14.
Oh, wow. He's the head of the ODC. The Old Dads Club.
I'm the head of the. Actually, I am the vice chair of the Dads Club. There's one guy who is above me, but your voice carries a lot of weight. I personally could hear it every night.
Oh man, thank you, bro.
Like,
it's funny. I think. Last week I was in LA and I performed at a nightclub on Ventura Boulevard I'd never been to. This for me is a big treat. If I get to test drive like a new venue, and I love the club. I think it's called, what's it called, babe? Katie's, I think it's called. So shout out to Katie's. This great room. But I bring it up because on a night like that, I'll try out mostly new jokes just to see, where I'm at and where people are. And you're right. People, it's not that my voice is important, but now it's like somewhere the crowd is coming almost like church.
Yeah, Clue. My father is still with us. He's 83, living in the same house, I grew up in. The, the damn phone number is like, I think the phone number is 55 years old. We've had the same fucking landline phone number for 55 years. He still pays the bill, I guess. Lost my mother about 2.5 years ago. I think it'll be 3 years this January. So, it wasn't, they were married for 59 years. So, or 59 years? Well, at the time it was 59 years. That was 3 years ago. So, yeah, we miss my mother, but my father's still around and in fairly good health. So I haven't been home all summer. So I'll probably have to do it at some point.
They're not coming to hear me say anything important, but they're coming to lay down a burden, so to speak. And so a show like that was incredibly fun to do. But it tells me about where people are. And remember, this is in North Hollywood, so everyone's doing pretty good out there. Is that these times are uncertain, that there's an emotional content or pain, or some people come to counteract a numbness. They just want to laugh so they can feel something. But it's never really been quite like this before, where everyone feels like we're on the precipice of some amazing change, and every day the new cycling is more appalling than the last day, and this doesn't seem like it's ever going to end. And every week I learn some new word like Strait of Hormuz or blah blah blah, and it's such an avalanche that it is fun, even for me now, to watch comedians contextualize this stuff. Someone asked me about my transgender jokes. They go, you got in a lot of trouble for those transgender jokes.
Yeah, TMKC, one of these days I'll tell you the story. I've told it before. It's one of these things where it was my mother died of Alzheimer's, and it's one of these things where it is so just, the suffering at the end is so great that it's almost a relief. One of these days I'll go into it, but and of course she was my mother, so I call her Hurricane Dolores. Hey, TMKC, Hurricane Dolores. She it was a good thing. Yeah, it's a loss and all that, but she was a trooper, and so was my father. And I was the last to know she was sick. There's a whole story. I was the last to know. She had hid it from me, and it was a family thing. Like one day I called my mother, because I didn't call her like every day, or sometimes it would be like once a week or once every other week. I just never got into the habit of calling, and that was from the Navy days. Shit, it'd be 6 months sometimes before I'd call her. But I noticed every time, we would talk for like a couple hours just about whatever, but the calls kept getting shorter and shorter and shorter. And finally, I went to my sister and I'm like, well, damn, is mama mad at me? Why is she talking for 5 minutes and then she's got to go? So my sister was like, well, Stanley, are you sitting down? And I'm like, for what? So they had hidden this shit from me for like 7 years. And my mother made my father promise not to tell the kids. But when it came time to like, oh, we got to tell the kids, I was the last to know because she and I were that close. And I think secretly they were afraid that I was just going to move down there and take it all over. Like she is under my care now, and I'm just going to take over the whole business. So, welcome, ma'am. Good to see you. How you been?
Hi, Stanley. I've been better.
Oh, what's wrong? Are your kids in school? School's starting
They start
everywhere.
on Tuesday.
They what?
They start on Tuesday.
Oh, really? Are you excited or are they excited?
Yeah, they're both excited.
Well, good. They're now
Actually,
kids excited for school is a good thing.
yeah, they just want to wear their new clothes and stuff. That's what I was trying to tell Nightish. I don't got money to be giving him when I got thousands of dollars in school clothes to buy. Shit.
You know what, TMKC? We could do a whole show. And you know, you've been around YouTube streets and you've known Nightish for longer. You know, you kind of are more savvy about this. I still can't get over people like, hey, I've been up here for 3 hours and I haven't gotten a cash app. I might shut this down. Where do these people get the idea that we owe them money?
Because they're entertainment, instead of paying cable, we're on the internet, and they think that we're supposed
Nightish
to pay
that
them.
level of entertainment, though.
Yeah. I just,
It's not like doing a concert like a Dave Chappelle concert.
Yeah, but he is entertaining us. Like he'll do it in the middle of the night and stuff. And normally we're trying to find stuff on TV. So because, they're on there showing stuff or entertaining us, we should at least contribute to their causes.
You know, I'm kind of the opposite. Now, I personally don't think people owe me money. But I'm kind of at a different stage of life. You know, I have had times where, but it's always number of people watching. I don't really expect like, because I kind of know people aren't really that into what I'm into. It's, say today, these days, I get a lot more people coming through the show. They may not even be interested in what I'm talking about or what I'm showing, but they'll at least see what I'm doing, decide to stay or not. I've been up here for not even 4 hours yet, 3 hours and 42 minutes. And I've got like 200.
I guess we owe you $77.
No, people owe me nothing unless you appreciate what I'm doing. And I hope there's never a time where I'm going to go, well, look, I've been up here. I've literally not received a cash app. As a matter of fact, I don't think I've gotten a cash app since Monday. And, Monday I did for the first time in my life, my YouTube life. I'm like, you know what? If y'all want me to extend this show, because I was reviewing Be Brave and his horrible racist bullshit. And I'm like, you know what? I'm tired. I really am inclined just to wrap it up and we can finish out, watching this tomorrow. Or if anybody's really interested, send me a cash app to extend the show. And two people did, and one of those people was American Man. And American Man and I just, we're kind of friends, but we don't agree politically or even worldview wise. But what I was doing was interesting enough for him to say, hey, look, I'm going to send something to extend the show. And to me, that's extremely important. Most of the people that tend to be in my chat don't necessarily agree with me politically, but I get a kick out of, hey, you know what? These people still kind of vibe. These people still kind of rock with me. I would
Yeah, they do.
never think they owe me because I'm entertaining. It's just not me to think that I'm that level of entertainment.
Yeah. I guess this is his new business.
Well, I think Nightdish is very creative.
No, I'm talking about as far as making money for his business because we should be paying. I don't know. I just, I don't really like it too much. It made me kind of frustrated because I was like, I already said I would do it. It's just let me do it when I do it. I don't got money right now. I mean, I do, but I don't.
Well, let me tell you and this is a kind of a personal thing between me and Nightdish. He has said in the very recent past that, hey, Stanley, you're doing well in life, you're retired. He literally makes it like, hey, if you come up to my panel, I expect, basically he's saying, hey, if you want to be a part of this show, you need to pay. and you know what? When I first got into, the whole Nightdish universe, I'm like, yeah, dude is really creative. I really, that one time where I made Chalk Queen just to spite. I thought it was hilarious. He's fussing at, Chalk and all, in Sin Seven Sin. I'm like, you know what? Let's just go ahead and make her queen. Because when I sent him the $50 the first time, he's like, well, do you want to be king? Like, no, I don't want to be king. What I want you to do is make Chalk the queen. And to me, that was just like comeuppance. But I was having.
I was spending a whole bunch of money. Like I had, because I had paid him $50 as a donation. I wasn't trying to be queen, but I got made queen because of that. So I paid another $50 to pay truck, and it's like, okay, hold on. It takes me 2 fucking working hours to get that, and most of the time I'm not even watching the show for 2 hours. So guess what? This was like somebody trying to tell me what the fuck to do, and then you over here talking to that girl. Hey, how about I'ma just cool out? Like he said he's cool on you on that song. I'm not cool on Nightdish. I love Nightdish. But I don't like getting treated like
it's
that.
hard not to like Nightdish, but I don't owe him
I don't owe nobody.
Right. And I just, I want to like, damn, this dude is so entertaining. I'm going to help him out a little bit. But feeling obligated, like Stanley, you're in my chat when you said you would go. What was it? I made the joke about, hey, you know what? You're begging so much. I'm going to, should I buy you a 10 cup? Well, the thing he does, the way he turns around the joke is, oh, hey, a 10 cup is about $15. Can you send me the $15? I'm like, fuck no. Dude, to me, look, I don't know how to tell him this, but I'm not going to feel obligated to send money to a show that I really don't find that entertaining. Nightish is repetitive. Okay. I don't really find a 56-year-old dealing in this YN, like the stuff that he deals in. I like watching because I don't have to watch it. I kind of know who a Christian Rock is and all that, or whatever her name is. I know it because of Nightish. In my ordinary life, I would have no clue who she is. So he does provide a service, but I don't know that he provides, a service where, I need to pay 50 or $100 a month. I think he oversteps. And then, dude, you know what? I'd feel much better about a motherfucker who doesn't lose a channel every 6 months. It's like, I'm sorry, I don't care. YouTube didn't take your channel. Okay, you fell asleep on your channel. You fell asleep at the wheel, and YouTube pretty much had to take your channel. You violated their rules. I don't like people who pretend that YouTube, it's Nightish against YouTube. I don't think so. It's just too much for someone like me. If I'm gonna be, all that invested, I need someone who can fucking keep a channel for more than 3 months.
Damn, you mean, Stanley.
But am I wrong?
Yeah. He had one channel for 3 years, didn't he?
I have no clue. I didn't know him. I didn't know him for 3 years, but I do know since let's just say I've been aware of him for a year. He's lost 2 channels, and both times the one
he got it back.
The one major time was over his Savage's birthday. Dude, he and Savage had that birthday weekend. They got drunk as fuck, and he fell asleep. And if you're going to fall asleep on YouTube, set the video to not autoplay. You can literally set those videos to stop. Don't play another video after you're done with the video. He didn't do it, and the shit just kept playing. And look, you shouldn't be taking you don't just lose a YouTube channel over a single strike. You get 3 of them. So if you're at 2 strikes and you fall asleep and get a 3rd strike, I'm sorry, YouTube did not take that channel from you. He was constantly saying they took the channel from me. No, sir. You fell asleep at the wheel. And this is the shit that Nightish doesn't like hearing. The harsh truth. And when I go up to his panel, I'm not up there to stroke Nightish's ego. It's to whatever topic he's talking about to tell it as I see it. And Nightish gets all in his feelings sometimes. Okay, I never called him stupid. He just assumed I thought that. And then, you know what? I'm just going to confirm your feelings. And Nightish I don't think Nightish quite understands that I don't give a fuck about his feelings. I can actually admire a person, but once you convince me, especially at his age, that you're just kind of out of control, Nightish isn't acting like, the Fred Sanford of YouTube. He is the Fred Sanford of YouTube. The motherfucker, sometimes he's out of goddamn control, and he literally thinks people dig it. And I think they do to a certain extent. I'm just not one of them, and I'm not going to finance a 56-year-old acting like that. I don't think it's funny. I don't think it's
Yeah,
clever.
it
I don't.
reminded me of Donald Trump for real.
Uh,
His exact behavior this night was Donald Trumpish.
that's an interesting comparison. I never would have thought to do it. You know, I'm thinking more Fred Sanford.
Well, big it was like no. And the way you're coming about whatever is rude, like just talking to that girl the way she was. If I was her man, I would have a problem with that. But not
Well,
saying I want to be her man
I am
or
gonna
her
say
man.
this. Sometimes I can be a little I can be a little out there too, you know. But I try and probably fail most of the time.
We keep
But
accusing her of stuff that she
I'm
wasn't
not gonna
saying.
be cringe. You know, if I'm gonna be an asshole, I'm just gonna be an asshole. I'm not gonna be cringe.
Yeah, that was cringe, and it started making me mad because I was like, that girl ain't bit more said that shit, and even if she did, she didn't say that shit today. She came trying to say hi, and then he's saying that she's talking about the size of his
MKC?
penis.
I'm sorry,
Like, right.
creative?
Yeah. And then the first time I said she
Yeah.
didn't say nothing like that. She didn't come on there to argue. Then he said she didn't even speak to him and then just kept crying. Crying and bleeding and bussy popping all over the place. Because that's what we call it, bussy popping. Why the fuck is he doing that? If that's how he normally talks and I'm it is
You're
motherfucking
breaking up a little
annoying.
bit.
Because that girl didn't say huh?
Said you're breaking up a little bit.
What?
Are you moving around?
No, I was actually in the same spot.
Oh, okay. Well, I can hear you well now. Look, here's the deal,
Oh,
and I my thoughts on that is that creative allows it. Um, they let him do that. Last night, for instance, Creative Solutions and Chanel, you know, her little YouTube partner, Nidish is up there.
yeah.
After he did or said whatever, they kind of give him carte blanche. So, you know, what am I going to say? Am I going to be offended for creative when, you know, 3 hours later he's up on her panel, probably drunker, doing the same thing? You know, she's
Yeah,
part of the
and that's
problem.
something I gotta been part of the problem too because I mean I'm not creative because I don't think she was around. But just like how whenever I had an issue, anytime true or not true, how nobody really people. And my natural instinct, especially when I just feel like as a I'm not an elder, but you know, like I just automatically get in defense mode. I need to
Into
stop
what?
doing that. Get into defense mode. I'm ready to defend either myself or somebody else when I see something wrong going on. That's
Well,
just how
let
I
me ask you a
naturally am.
question. Do you get into that kind of defense mode on YouTube panels or in real life or both?
Yes.
You do it both ways?
What did you say?
In real Well, do you get into that defense mode on YouTube panels or real life or just in general? Is that something you just do no matter where you are?
Yeah, it is in everything.
I see.
But I mean, maybe I probably won't yell face to face, or I have and I will. So let me take that back. Most of the time, it'd be like at a guy or something. I'd be like, hey, don't talk to her like that. Or think like this morning, I was doing Uber. I haven't done it in a while, and it felt so good outside this morning. It was so free. I was outside like from like 2 o'clock to about 7 in the morning. So I had to do a whole bunch of trying to figure out stuff in the middle of the night. Like I couldn't get out of this parking lot because they got this janky gate that you had to. Oh my god! Like when I went in there, the gate stayed open, so I was able to get out once I picked the customer up. But then she thought she left her jacket, so I had to go back, and the gate was still open. So already in my mind, just says wrong with this gate because it's not securing anything. If I could go in, go out, and go back in again without it even trying to shut one time. So once he brought the jacket, she had to meet him down with the jacket and stuff. And she didn't even tell him thank you. She just snatched it and ran out of the car. And then I told him, I was like, thank you. She was like, girl, you took the words right out of my mouth. She was like, thank you for bringing me back. I was like, oh, you're welcome. That's my job. Like, it's kind of chilly in my mind. I always get I guess the protector mode because if the girl need her jacket, she need her jacket. Like, I guess she was just like, she did it with no hesitation. They gave me a $10 tip too. Oh my god.
Oh wow.
But when I tried to get out after we got the jacket, tell me why the gate closed. And I pulled all the way up to the gate, and the exit to the gate is like on a big, big slope. And the parking lot it goes down, and then it goes back up for the cars to park on their little triangle or rectangle, whatever you call those parking spots. Is not shaped correctly and is in the ghetto. Like, I don't want to have an accident. I don't want to have to get out of the car because that's a place where you'll probably get robbed. Like seriously.
So, what
I
time in the
saw it.
morning was this?
It was probably like at 3 something. And Thursday night people woke. They're not asleep.
Well,
It
at
was a
least
lot
in
of
college.
traffic. Huh?
I said at least in college towns. When I was in college, Thursdays used to be pretty lit.
Oh, okay.
Because everyone was going home on the weekends.
Yep. Yeah, when I went to college, if it was wasn't online, it was in town.
Well, you went to school probably decades after I did. I was in college in the late '80s.
Yeah, that's when I was born. Well, I was born in the early one. So I definitely wasn't going to college or barely elementary.
Well, now I feel old. I should have never made that point.
I know you have family yourself away.
I'm so what?
You didn't hear nothing I said?
It was garbled. Your phone is going in and out. You're kind of roboting. I don't know whether you need to go out and come back in, or I'm not sure I can fix it on this end. But I mean, it's fine.
Yeah, I think it's just.
I'm just sitting here. My son went back to school a couple days ago. So, this is a Friday night. I have no disturbances. I'm going to eat leftovers and just hanging out, talking to you, and having a good old time, actually. Cane pigs. Cane pigs. What does that even mean? The Crib University. Uh, where I was gonna go with some of these YouTube panels, like when you went up or came up to Nidish's panel the other day, I'm just shaking my head like, what the fuck is Nidish doing? And I have a whole criticism of that. I don't know what I would call it, but that interaction I had with Poppy Blanco, I was just like, I should have left earlier, and I did. Essentially, I got tossed off. But let me tell you what threw me, Tamika. It's like, so Poppy Blanco goes to two women on the panel and asks, "Would you date me or would you date Stanley?" And I was
Somebody
like,
else did
somebody what?
notice the difference, but yet similarity between somebody else who did the same exact thing on a panel here with me and you.
No, you'll have to remind me. Because I never think like that. It's like, I don't know these women. Why would you ask them who they date?
Because they want to know which one is better, which one is more desirable to one up you. To one up
On a
you.
YouTube panel?
Yes, that's what they're doing. They're competing with you, and that's their immature way of competing. Instead of with intellect, they're using their suaveness or desirability.
Well, yeah, you're probably right, but I don't know. To me, it's just a weird thing to ask on a panel.
They're
If two,
basically trying to clown you because you're old.
oh well, you know what?
I bet you Poppy
The problem
I
with
bet
that
you
is
Poppy Blanco
honestly,
wouldn't. Yeah.
I'm like, let them clown me. I
Well,
mean, what?
Poppy Blanco didn't ask that question with Izzy because he'll lose. They know who to challenge and who not to challenge. That just shows how weak and lazy
What?
they are.
But Tamika, they can challenge me all
What?
day long. Let me tell you something. The other day, I don't know if you saw this. Whose show? It was. I guess I should maybe go find it. Since I have reached the hey, I don't care too much about this video hour. I've been on a lot of panels this week, more than usual. And not because it was a plan, it's just, the way things kind of worked out. I was bored. I didn't even do a show yesterday because I, kind of needed a break. But
Hey, Stanley.
yes, ma'am.
Oh, I just want to address whoever that's talking about. I went to college at the crib. No, I went to two different community colleges, one here in Kansas City and one in Arizona. And then after that, I actually went to the University of Phoenix. So you can shut up and stop saying stuff. I just didn't finish because I kept rights to put towards a degree. It's just they all have to make sense and they don't.
Well, King Pix is just King Pix.
Well,
He's like
saying rude stuff like that, and that's rude.
well, King Pix is Manosphere Jr. he is
He
in
knows
that he's like a teenage Manosphere dude. At least that's how he kind of comes off to me. I think he wants to be Kevin Samuels one day when he grows up.
Okay. Okay,
But
King takes no longer.
What did he? Let's see. Hold on one sec here. What did I do? So the other day I was on Latino for Trump's panel, and do you know who Leonard Remix Roy is?
The old man.
Yeah, he's a few years older than I am. So I mean, yeah,
Yeah.
he's
Remember?
he's older. But for some reason or another, he keeps like he was roasting me. Now I am going to do this disclaimer. I will get in people's chat and I'll be roasting and just being, trolling. So sometimes I deserve, what I get. And that's perfectly fine. I understand that. But for some reason or another, Leonard Remix Roy thought that talking about my show, and if you look at some of my very earliest videos, you'll see a picture of me at the very beginning of the video, just so people kind of knew who I was. And the main reason I did that is a lot of people didn't believe I was black. So, put a brief picture up, this black dude about to talk about, kind of a topic that's a little dry. But Leonard just like makes up stories, but the bottom line is he says I'm ugly. He's like, dude has dark circles under his eyes and he's ugly, and I'm like, Leonard, do you look in the mirror and you
Right.
actually are you actually the right messenger to be calling another man ugly? I'm like, literally, this dude has no shame, or he's just totally deluded into thinking, and I don't like comparing looks or one thing, but I'm just not ashamed when he shows my picture. Yeah, I'm old. I'm not a model, but I'm not gonna make some woman like throw up. Why are you doing this? Because you're embarrassing.
He was really nice to me on your panel, so I'm not gonna make any comments.
Well, he was very nice because he's only been up on this panel a couple times, and everything was hunky dory. But that same night, I believe, he was nice to you on the panel. Leonard
Y'all were
will
acting-
drink some Budweiser. Leonard will drink some Budweiser, and Leonard is almost like knightish in a way. He thinks he is the life of the party, and when he gets up on a panel, he's had a couple beers, all of a sudden he will try and take over your panel. He will tell all the jokes, he'll be the loudest, he'll tell the host, hold on, let me speak. And that doesn't happen on my panel. Okay, there can only be one. If you literally want to take over and do a whole comedy routine, you need to go fire up a live and do it on your own show. Stanley, this is called Stanley versus the World, not Leonard versus the World, not Lenny and Stanley Comedy Hour. And I just told him, look, you know what? We're going to stay on topic. We're going to stay focused. We're not going, you simply are not, this isn't that kind of free speech platform. You don't get to do what you want to do. RLM will let him do it because apparently he's her hero. Latino for Trump will let him do what he wants to do. I don't, Leonard might bring an audience, but I don't care about his type of audience. I'm going to keep a leash on you. There are very few people, pretty much no one. I'll give you leeway, but not leeway to take over the show. It's simply, why would I have a show if I'm going to let you take it over? And
Right.
Leonard got pissed off at that. So Leonard is nice until you put rules on him, and then he becomes not so nice.
Mhm. Did he ever try to challenge you too by saying who would the ladies pick, you or him?
Well, I don't think he could win that one, because he is actually unattractive physically. He's not. Now Poppy Blanco, whether I like it or not, he's not ugly. I mean, I've seen him on camera. I can understand why a young woman would find the accent and all that cool, dateable. Um, I'm not mad at him. I'm not mad at the women. I think it was creative in Wanda. I sound boring. That's fine. I've never talked to Wanda in my life, except up on that panel. Let her go with, you know, ghetto Ricky Ricardo. I don't mind.
So what about Mike 123?
What about him?
Because he asked me would I pick you or him, and I said I would pick you. And what does he look like?
You know what? I think I've seen his face, but it was fleeting. He's biracial and light skinned. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen his face, but I've seen his hands. Who knows? He might be handsome as all get out. He might be handsome as all get out, but I think that he is a bit in a transitional state. I'll put it that way. He's just divorced. Apparently, he's got a new woman. And while he's entertaining up on a panel, I don't see him as stable. I think 22 or 24, 30-year-old woman will probably find him, pretty cool to date. But I'm just not sure that, and I'm looking at it from from a man of a certain age. I don't want my son to ever be like that. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
Mike is fine, but he is not. He doesn't strike me as very stable. And honestly, if you're going up on someone's panel and literally saying, to some woman you've never met personally, would you date him or me? I don't even know how to think like that.
Right.
Because I've never seen Wanda, for instance. I don't know whether I'd want to date her. Why are you asking her that question?
Right.
And even if I had seen her, that's kind of a shallow question. I've known really good looking women that, after a date or two, I'm like, nah, I'm done. You look great, but other than taking you to dinner and having polite conversation, I don't want to hang out with you.
I definitely feel like that about a lot of people. I don't know. I'd just be not interested. Like, I don't know. I'd be like, if I met them on some friend type stuff, I could have developed feelings over time. But most people, I don't like. Remember when I told you I was dating all those guys? I just wasn't feeling it. I only felt one person. The rest of them kind of just, I don't know, just turned me off. If they weren't him, just turned me off.
But to me, that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, but I'm like that with like most people. I'll be
And
your friend though.
to me, that's not a bad thing. I mean, look, women are supposed to be, especially, I think if you're 18, you're in college, college is kind of a protected environment. College isn't real life.
That
Um,
they don't even
so
teach you.
yeah, but what I'm saying is you've got friends, it's not quite real life. I think once you are out on your own, and this goes for males too, to a certain extent, dude, life can be dangerous. Okay, being cautious is a good thing. You should not be out there, just having, you know, um, I think being choosy. I think going, hey, look, I'm not feeling, I'm not feeling you. That's not a bad thing. You don't owe men um, more than a friendship or courteousness. If you're not feeling it, you're not feeling it. What's up, Lim? So that's my feelings on it. If you're not feeling it, you're not feeling it, and it goes the same way. YouTube panels are pretty much a strange place to make dating decisions. I thought Poppy Blanco was a weirdo. When he couldn't match wits, he's gonna let two pretty much random women on a panel choose me or him based on his accent.
Oh, he didn't show his face?
I think they knew what he looked like. Creative and Wanda apparently, from his sphere, whatever that sphere might be, um, which is fine. I mean, he's a known quantity. But I will say, Creative actually made a good point. You sound like a fun date. It wasn't like, dating is dating.
Oh, she really said that?
Yeah. And I think, and Wanda's married. She pointed that out. So why on earth he would just it was really an act of desperation, in my opinion. No,
I was waiting
seriously.
for you to get something though. I was
No,
waiting.
seriously. Like what why would he just throw that out there in the middle of a panel that wasn't like a dating game sort of panel? He surprised me. And
I told you to be weak
you
because
told
that's
me
a
what?
weak move.
Oh
Remember,
yeah.
I said it was a weak move. Like that's what they do, and they think that's competing.
Well, in a way it is, but not in any like sane way. I mean, that's like weird. That's like high school shit.
Right? Exactly. Exactly.
But all's fair in YouTube love and war. YouTube love.
You should have a dating show on your channel for intellectuals. Say, let's have a social get together.
You know what? I really don't want to do that. I can't. I honestly, you've heard me say this before. I think YouTube is the worst place possible to get dating advice or relationship advice. starting
You
a
don't have to do
relationship.
that. Just do a show where people be on camera and just show their assets or talk about themselves.
Well, wait, hold it. You mean they should show their bookshelves?
They should whatever they feel like their asset was.
Well, actually, that's an interesting idea. So people would get
That's
up,
what it should be called.
come up.
Oh my God.
Well, people would come up and I would just ask them, what is your most attractive asset? What is the thing that you can show us that would convince someone to just date you like a blind date? I might actually, that might actually be interesting. And it doesn't have to be, it could be anything but your looks.
Mm-hmm. That would be so much fun, Stanley.
I might have to think about that.
Yeah. And then you could get together with Chocolate Earth. Ooh. Y'all have great. No, just the chemistry and real participants.
I'm sorry, say that again.
No, I was just saying that if there were some real participants, there would be a great chemistry between you guys' voices. I'm just thinking about the voices of the show.
You know what? That's actually an interesting idea. I don't know that we want to do it here, but we could do it over on Chocolate Show. Just get up.
Yeah.
I want you to cam up, but I don't want what is the most interesting thing about you that isn't your looks that you find would attract another person? That might actually be interesting. It's a twist I haven't seen because every now and again dating shows like the Thorpes used to do something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually worth a thought.
Okay.
We would call the show anything but looks.
Who? Who is Shaka Khan? What is he talking about in the chat? Who is Shaka Khan?
Wait, you don't know who Shaka Khan is?
I know who the singer Shaka Khan is, but who is Brian Nichols referring to as Shaka Khan?
Well, I don't know. He's my age, so I mean, I know he knows who Shaka Khan is.
Well, he wrote it in the chat. I'm trying to figure out why.
Well, elaborate, Mr. Nichols. Oh, Ben Thorpe is no, elaborate on the Shaka Khan part. I don't get the joke either.
They
Okay,
type too.
I don't get it, but
I was thinking he
I
called
remember.
something Shaka Khan. That's a good compliment, though. Shaka Khan. Oh, she's so beautiful.
Well, back in the 70s, yeah, it was like, you just didn't want to look at her for very long. if you're like if you're like a 10-year-old boy looking at Shaka Khan, you might just spontaneously combust. She gonna fire, little boy. Don't look at her too long.
And then she had that powerful voice. Oh my God, it was too much. Very beautiful.
She started singing, "Tell me something good." I'm like, no, ma'am. I want to think about something good looking at you. I might, spon- I might spontaneously combust.
I don't know. Every time I think about Shaka Khan, I think about Through the Fire song.
And then, this is way before your time, ma'am. We're talking back in the 70s and early 80s again. Jet magazine used to have Beauty of the Week, and it was a weekly magazine. And my parents, well, my mother probably specifically subscribed to it. So it would arrive on Wednesday or something like that. It was a set day of the week. And I would always be checking the mail on that day. So I pull out the mail from the mailbox, but that Jet magazine on the way from the mailbox back to the front door, I'm opening it up to the Beauty of the Week. So yep, those are the good old days actually. Beauty of the Week. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you just said.
I said I gotta go. I gotta start driving. I'm gonna start driving now.
All right. Well, it was great talking to you.
Okay, it was nice talking to you too. I hope you have a good rest of your night.
I will. And there is a Saturday show, so drop on by.
Okay, I'll come. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. All right, folks. Well, I don't know. I see that the festivities have started over on the Universal Jones channel, and looks like things are hopping there. I see Here for the Tea is over there, and is it Mooncakes? Mooncakes is adjusting her barely in their breasts. It's actually kind of interesting. So I'm going to drop this link with Here for the Tea and the Young Girls. So y'all go over there, say I said hello. I think I'm going to wrap this up and go heat up some leftovers. I'm dropping the link right now, Brian. So y'all go over there and tell them I sent you, and tell them hey. So tomorrow, I can't remember. It's probably around 4:30. I have the short bus scheduled to take off. Let me thank our Saturday show sponsor so far, Mariah and American Man. Y'all support the show. Sovereign Beer Fund is open for investment. Most of the information for the donations is at the bottom of the screen and the banner crawl, or drop randomly into the chat every now and again. So all donations are appreciated and put to good use, mostly. And I will see everyone tomorrow. Thank you all for dropping by. Had a good time. Thank you to TMKC for keeping me company. So everyone have a good night. Head on over to Universal Jones. Who knows? It might actually be reviewable tomorrow, but I think I've been there and done that.